imagination and the process of evolution in technology is limitless and non-exhaustive.
A very warm good morning to one and all present over here.
I am Munir Ali Khan.
And I am Chumi Dhanani, your host for today's program.
We offer a hearty welcome to our Honorable, respected Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi Pradyogiki Vishwavidyalaya, Sir, Dr. Sunil Kumar Gupta, Sir. Our remarkable panelists, admired founder and chairman of Sagar Group, Shri Sudhir Agarwal, Sir, Managing Director, Shri Siddharth Sudhir Agarwal, Sir, Managing Group Director, SISTec, Dr. Jyoti Deshmukh, Ma'am, Principal of SISTec Gandhinagar, Dr. Keshwendra Chaudhary, Sir, Principal of SISTec Rathibar, Dr. Manish Bilore, Sir, Principal of SIPTech, Dr. Kuldeep Gandu, Sir, HODs, faculty, members and students.
Muni, have you heard this quote by Lord Waters? A college is a building with four walls, with tomorrow inside. As a third-year student, do you feel you are ready for the industry?
Well, yes, I am confident about my academics, but before entering the market, I need experts to brief me about their real-time experiences.
Yes, and that's what brings us to SISTec Headstart 2.0.
It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you all at our most awaited SISTec Headstart 2.0.
To create opportunities for a brighter future, we had opened the gates for industrial exposure last year through this Headstart. Yet, here we are again with a better and updated platform, Headstart 2.0.
A ray of light is a ray of hope. Let us all leave the darkness and step towards the brighter path.
I request all the dignitaries to please come forward to light the lamp and garland to seek the blessings of Ma Saraswati. Like any other occasion, this is a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the embodiment of knowledge. Let us now bow before the goddess of education, nature, art, music, and creativity.
Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhanasampadam Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhanasampadam Shatrubuddhi Vinashaya Deepajyote Namostute Deepajyote Namostute Deepajyote Parabrahma Deepajyote Janatana Deepajyote Parabrahma Deepajyote Janatana Deepo Bharatu Me Papam Sandhya Namaste O Deepa Brahma Rupastham Jyotisham Prabhuravyayam O Deepa Brahma Rupastham Jyotisham Prabhuravyayam Arogyam Dehi Putrasya Gatir Svanchhanti Me Sada Praverastam Samayatya
It gives us such a pleasant feeling to honor our gods. I look around the stage and am admired by the collective expertise gathered here. We are deeply honored to welcome you all.
Happiness held is the key. Happiness shared is the plan. And with this thought, on behalf of this institution, we would like to express our gratitude for accepting our invitation with a floral welcome to all our guests. Now we would like to invite our panelists for the floral welcome. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. G.S. Javed sir. I request Prachi ma'am to honor him with a bouquet.
Mr. Javed sir. I would now request Ashutosh Joshi sir to please receive this token of appreciation from Mayank sir. Now I would like to invite Mr. Deepak Vyas sir to please come forward and receive this token of appreciation from sir. Now I would request HODCS, Mr. Rahul Dubey sir, please come forward and present the token. Now I would request HOD of EC to please come forward and present the token.
We would like to invite HOD sir, Emmy, Shitesh Yukon to welcome Sabiha Sultana panelists for the day.
Now I would request HOD of Electrical Engineering from Rajibhat, Mr. Ashish Singhal sir, to please come forward and present this token. Now I would request Mr. Prachi ma'am to come forward and present the token. Chitranshu Vagal. Chitranshu. Thank you, sir.
The Sagar Group was established in 1983, is one of the fastest growing private sector enterprises with businesses in the education, real estate and industries. It has a total of 5 colleges and 6 public schools to its name in the city of Bhopal. Sagar Group of institutions focuses on creating leadership qualities with a futuristic vision. It is an AICTE approved, IGPB affiliated and NAC affiliated institute.
It offers graduate and postgraduate degree programs in the discipline of management, engineering, and pharmacy. The college is armed with contemporary solutions for strengthening the learning journey of the students and the importance of practical skills to the students.
If a picture is worth 1,000 words, a video is a library, goes the old saying. Now let's take a sneak peek of our campus.
situated in the city of Lakes, Bhopal, a NAAC-accredited institute having MBA accredited courses. Established in 2007, SISTec is the higher education wing of the Sagar Group, one of the fastest growing business conglomerates in central India. It's the foremost techno-professional hub, having campuses at Gandhinagar and Ratibad, Bhopal. SISTec is constantly grooming the youth of Madhya Pradesh towards their bright career in engineering, pharmacy, and management education. The academic excellence at SISTec is an outcome of experiential learning in a holistic manner. We pioneer in blending technical skills to our curricula in order to keep abreast of the global trends in educational pedagogy and modern industrial practices. With such elegant combination of tech trends and the academic heritage, SISTec is empowering the youth to cherish bright moments with the industry. Our well-structured skilling and training programs have enabled budding engineers to lead the race and stay steps ahead in today's competitive world. With groundbreaking socio-technical innovations from the students and faculty of pharmacy, SISTec is committed to provide world-class opportunities to the students, thereby creating leaders that dream to bring positive change in the human civilization. SISTec MBA has been an institute of preference for many years with its academic excellence in management studies. Our students have acquired exemplary management skills, getting prepared for a constructive yet competitive environment for the managers of tomorrow. The innovative pedagogical practices and work culture at SISTec have made us a preferred destination for many job seekers as well as job givers. Its 360 degrees corporate training program and assessment on national level platforms like AMCAT and CoQ empower the technocrats to assess their potential and improvise themselves to imagine, inspire, and innovate. Many reputed organizations like ASSOCHAM have accorded SISTec with the prestigious awards like Excellence in Providing Preferred Environment for Placements, Excellence in Providing Industry Academia Interface, Most Innovative College of Central India, Best Institution Made Significant Efforts Through Innovation, and many more. Each graduate student of SISTec will have undergone a rigorous training program covering core and soft skills offered by the dedicated team of corporate trainers. SISTec's placement-oriented training helps in better preparedness of students for the industry, thereby emerging as the gateway to better facility placements. One of our prominent events, Corporate Headstart, connects the students with industry stalwarts for an everlasting industry-academia relationship. SISTec has been humbly serving the society towards nation building, thereby proving as a one-stop solution for the students to build their successful career. We stand committed to bring smiling on everyone's face.
We hope that the video has primed the audience with what's in the store, and we hope that the best is yet to come.
There are two powers in the world. One is the sword and the other is the pen. And then there is a third power, the power of women. A strong woman has the capacity to translate vision into reality. And I feel honored to be given the opportunity to introduce one of the strongest women in our institution, our Group Director, SISTec, Dr. Jyoti Deshmukh ma'am. She is tenacious, organized, and ambitious. I would like to call upon ma'am to brief us about the event.
Good morning to all of you. Good morning to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Rajiv Gandhi Praudhogiki Vishwavidyalaya, our mentor, our guide, Professor Smith Gupta sir, distinguished guests from industry, our respected Chairman sir, Sagar Group, Shri Sudhir Kumar Agarwal, respected Managing Director, Sagar Group, Mr. Siddharth Agarwal sir, Principal SISTec Gandhinagar, Dr. Keshwendra Chaudhary sir, Principal SISTec Ratibad, Dr. Manish Tilore, Principal SISTec, Dr. Kuldeep Ganju, HODs of various departments, faculty, staff, and students from SISTec and from other institutions of Bhopal, Indore, Ujjain, Odisha, who have come exclusively witness this SISTec Headstart 2.0. So on behalf of management, staff and faculty of Saga Group of Institutions, SISTec, it gives me immense pleasure as a group director to welcome you all to SISTec Headstart 2.0. SISTec has been established by 2007 and today we have completed 15 years of our journey in the professional education. As you all know, that backed by the Saga Group, one of the fastest growing conglomerates in Central India, present in real estate, education, and production, putting global footprints, the SISTec's inspiration still remains true to the words of our respected chairman, sir, of building the nation, supporting the cause of Atmanirbhar Madhya Pradesh, Atmanirbhar Bharat. A very important trend that is coming upon us is Industry 4.0. With the growth in several disruptive technologies such as AI, machine learning, AR, analytics, it is bound to redefine how industry will be impacted in the future. And it is ensured that the efforts are aligned to this future, preparing our students to not just strive, survive, but thrive in the era of Industry 4.0. And this new sector should not be new for our students. I am very happy to tell you that SISTec is ready to take up this challenge. Let me brief you how. I would say it is through the core academic values and practices at SISTec, blended with structured training programs we have established and nurtured to give a strong professional foundation to our students. Let me now give you a glimpse of new initiatives, new practices that SISTec is following. To name a few, we have very competent in-house team of trainers which are delivering the communication, aptitude and soft skills to the students. We are practicing the modular training structure spread across the 4 years of curriculum. We are proud that we have on board the industry-ready faculties for training the students on core engineering skills. We have adopted the scientific assessment by 2 national level assessment agencies, and we are taking their inputs and correcting ourselves. And hence, we are definitely providing the customized placements to our students. When it comes to the outcome of our efforts as an institution, we are equally doing well in all the 3 avenues like higher education, placements, and entrepreneurship. Although this is the second edition of the SISTec Headstart, it's equally special than the earlier version. And this is because of the presence of our esteemed corporate leaders from various segments of technology. Today, all of us are going to witness 3 plenary sessions, namely by Tesla, Mahindra & Mahindra, and Google. Besides this, we are also going to participate in 3 very interesting panel discussions, namely fundamentals or advanced technology, keeping the perfect balance, making our story, and the hard road to success. After the panel discussions, our guests are going to witness few technical projects made by our students and interact with our HODs. I would ask our students to take full advantage of today's occasion, understanding from our eminent guests that how to prepare for their career goals. I am quite sure that the members of our staff and faculty shall continue to nurture the culture of innovation and entrepreneurship for better grooming of our students. Besides this, we will also look up to our industry partners for help, whether direct or indirect. in the overall development and better preparedness of our students. I strongly feel that you will find our students quite adaptable to the working with their hands from the day one and having the right attitude and work ethics. Once again, warm welcome to all the dignitaries and best wishes to all the participants. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us about the event and setting the tone for today's proceeding. Ma'am, you are an inspiration to many.
Effective leadership is not about making speeches or being liked. Instead, leadership is defined by results and not attributes. We have one such man amongst us who has so beautifully descended his thoughts into actions, his dreams into reality, his manifestations into concreteness, and whatnot. I am profusely elated to take an opportunity to introduce you all to a man with a character of remarkable habits, a prophecy of distinctness, to a man who carries great strength and is an originator of multi-various notions. He is none other than our esteemed Managing Director, Mr. Siddharth Sudhir Agrawal, sir.
Good morning, all of you. Our most respected Honorable BC sir, guide for everyone, the umbrella under which we all are working and trying to excel. Our dear friends and colleagues from the industry, we had a wonderful evening yesterday. I got an opportunity to meet all of you. So, and most importantly, our students and few students from different parts of NP and other colleges. First of all, I am not used to and not comfortable with such introductions. I feel that being engineer and being science students, we should cut short all these things to names and start the content that we are for here. My dialogue with all of you, for all these students here would be, see, you all are budding engineers. First of all, let's checkbook or check mark all the facts that stand in today's scenario. Engineering is by far the best qualification that has happened to mankind. Do you agree with this point?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I agree to an extent where if imagine someday in this world there are no doctors, no medical professionals. Engineers would be the first one to try and attempt the medical science also. They are so multi-talented and so well versed to adapt to adverse situations. That is what engineering is all about. What is engineering? Can some student define engineering for me? Anyone from the audience? Anyone?
Perception for problem solving.
Perception for problem solving. For me, engineering is application of science. Whatever science we have done, anything, science is everywhere around us. It's invisible, but it's everywhere. Air is also science. So, application of the science that we have learned throughout our childhood, throughout our curriculum till date, is application of that part is engineering. And we have to be very open-minded to be a good engineer. See, students, we all have passed through our qualification. I have also done my engineering. But the best part of the engineering is when you grab the opportunity that you get. And the opportunity is to interact with the corporate world at the tender age. We didn't used to get this opportunity. Even in NIT Bhopal, when I qualified, the opportunity to interact with corporates or with people from technology side or people from companies who we look up to at our second year or third year or fourth year was a very rare opportunity. The first time we used to see companies were in the time of placements. But then you are fortunate enough that in your third year itself, you are able to meet those people. You are able to get an insight that what is industry demand as of now and what are you expected to do. So I request all of you to pay a lot of attention to what is being said here throughout the day. Maybe it's repetitive, maybe you all know each and everything, but there is no harm in rethinking about it, in deliberating on it, and further reinforcing your thoughts. Your engineering is a very short period. You have 8 semesters. maximum time you have classes for 70 odd days in a semester, 70, 75 days in a semester. So that accounts for 550 to 600 days of academic content that you do in overall engineering. That's really very short, very short time. In those 600 days, you really have to upgrade your skills from a 12th class pass out to be a hands-on technology person. It's a big journey and a responsible journey. Be it computer science engineer, be it mechanical engineer, be it electronics engineer, the responsibility is big. And especially in Indian context, it is the best time for all of you. India as an economy is growing at the fastest pace in this whole world. Everyone, from all the Elon Musks to everyone is saying that this 21st century belongs to only India. There is no second thought about it. And the growth journey of India would happen only through manufacturing and technology-oriented companies. And manufacturing and technology-oriented companies is synonym to engineers. So we, as an engineer or an aspirational engineer sitting here in this hall, are really the epicenter of the growth that India is going to witness. So we are in very good scenario. We are blessed that we are living in this era where there are a lot of opportunities coming out. But then we have to be intelligent and street smart enough to grab all those opportunities. I request all of you, all these students, to please take your trainings very seriously. Say this time will not come back. The 1 minute that has passed will not come back again. So your trainings, with all the fun that you want to do with your qualification, all the roaming around you want to do, but please be focused. Don't get distracted. That's the best part of, that's the best expected out of you. So let's be focused. Let's be pinpointed in our approach. And one last thing, I want all of this platform, and I have spoken about it earlier also, don't be very much close in terms of your branch. Engineering is evolving. I think VC sir would second this point that it's not about isolation that engineers can work in at this moment. Computer science is linked with mechanical, mechanical is linked with mechatronics, mechatronics is linked with any other branch. So it's combination of all engineering that's happening today. So you cannot remain isolated today. As I think Javed sir told yesterday evening, that every engineer, be it from mechanical or electrical, should have some understanding about programming languages. Why? It is because developing equipment for programming languages helps you in building rational thinking and helps in building logical thinking. So that is the integral part of any engineering. आज आप कोई भी गाड़ी चलाते हो, आज हम ई-व्हीकल्स की बात करते हैं या किसी भी चीज की बात करते हैं, हम एविएशन इंडस्ट्री की बात करते हैं. एविएशन इंडस्ट्री किस इंजीनियरिंग का ब्लेंड है? It is blend of mechanical engineering, it is blend of high-tech electronics engineering, it's blend of radio engineering. After all, it's all computer science engineering, it's electrical engineering, it's civil engineering, it's communication engineering. So, at the end, your mobile phone, your two-wheeler, your four-wheeler, your house, your office building, this hall, everything that you see around yourself in the physical form is combination of all kind of engineering. So, this can be turned up into an advantage also, and this can be looked at as a threat also. There are huge opportunities for engineers from any discipline to switch to any other discipline at any stage of their career, depending on their experience. So I am a firm believer that this is the best time to do engineering and to fulfill our dreams. So I hope all these students, they have a wonderful day today. I hope by the end of the day you have strong deliverables and strong tangibles with you, where you carry good memories out of this Headstart 2.0 and ask questions. All the experts, all the panelists, they would love to answer your questions firsthand. So be prepared in asking them, be prepared in asking them blunt and straight questions so that your thought process, your thinking in your mind is absolutely clear, and from today onwards, you are very much goal-oriented and firm that what you want. So thank you very much. SISTec welcomes you, all of you, and SISTec wishes you lots of luck for your career, and we feel that our success lies only and only in your success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. Your novelty has amazed us and has been the ultimate driving force and has pushed us to be the best version of ourselves. Thank you so much, sir, for being the leader this institution stands for.
What you do has a far greater impact than what you say. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are blessed to have with us Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi Pradyogiki Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. Sunil Kumar Sir. He holds a PhD in the field of mechanical engineering from IIT Delhi with a special interest in the field of energy policy. He has served as Additional Secretary in the Department of Technical Education and also as Secretary of Admission and Fees Regularity Authority of Madhya Pradesh government. He has guided several PG and PhD scholars. Also, he has more than 50 research papers in various international journals. He is the governing body of NITTR Bhopal, IIT Bhopal, and ITM University Gwalior. He is also the chairman of Central Regional Committee of AICTE dealing with technical education of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and Gujarat.
We now request Dr. Sunil Kumar Sir to address the gathering and to give his valuable inputs.
नमस्कार। आज एक बात मैं अभी कह रहा था कि बिना चेयरमैन साहब की ब्लेसिंग ये प्रोग्राम पूरा हो नहीं सकता, तो पहले हम 2 शब्द चेयरमैन साहब की जरूर सुनें।
Good morning, namaskar. Most respected Sunil Kumar sir, DC Rajiv Gandhi Pradyogiki Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. Jyoti ma'am, distinguished guests, industry leaders, all faculty members, all students who have come from the other institutions, SISTec के प्यारे प्यारे बच्चों और सभी को मेरा प्रणाम। सर ने बोला कि आपको बोलना है। सबसे पहले तो आप सबको बधाई, हमारे फैकल्टीज को बधाई, हमारे प्लेसमेंट टीम को बधाई इतना बढ़िया प्रोग्राम करने के लिए और बच्चों के प्लेसमेंट के लिए इतना आतुर होने के लिए, बच्चों को इतनी अच्छी ट्रेनिंग देने के लिए। मेरे को लगता है हमारे सिस्टेक में ट्रेनिंग पे बहुत अच्छा काम किया जाता है। आईयूपी की तो पढ़ाई सर बहुत अच्छी करवाई जाती है, ट्रेनिंग पे भी बहुत अच्छा काम करते हैं, जिससे ट्रेनिंग क्या है, एक तरह से शॉर्टकट है नौकरी लगवाने का। समझिए व्हाट इज ट्रेनिंग। ट्रेनिंग इज काइंड ऑफ शॉर्टकट। बहुत अच्छे से आईयूपी की पढ़ाई करो, खूब अच्छे उसमें नंबर लाओ, कॉलेज 100% आओ, अपने माँ बाप का आशीर्वाद लो, गुरुजनों का आशीर्वाद लो, हमेशा हम्बल मूड में रहो, अपने आप जॉब लगे। ये ट्रेनिंग कोचिंग की और ट्यूशन की उसी को जरूरत पड़ती है जो कॉलेज स्कूल में ध्यान से नहीं पढ़ते। तो ट्रेनिंग भी एक तरह से कोचिंग ही है, मतलब कोई बात नहीं, अभी जमाना बदल गया है। हम कॉलेज वाले दोनों चीजों के लिए पूरी तरह से इक्विप्ड है और तैयार है, और आपके फैकल्टी भी तैयार है, हमारे बच्चे भी तैयार है। हम चाहते हैं आपकी बढ़िया जॉब लगे, अच्छी कंपनी में जॉब लगे, और आप लोग बहुत भाग्यशाली हैं कि हमारे पास अच्छी अच्छी कंपनीज आ रही हैं। हम अच्छी अच्छी कंपनीज को अप्रोच कर पा रहे हैं, उनसे रिक्वेस्ट कर पा रहे हैं, और वो आप लोगों का इंटरव्यू लेते हैं। बस बेटा आप लोगों को खूब अच्छी तैयारी करके उनके सामने प्रिपेयर होके जाना है। और हाँ, आजकल कंपनीज बहुत अच्छे अच्छे सवाल पूछती है, बहुत कठिन सवाल भी पूछती है। जैसे अभी सिद्धार्थ ने कहा, इंजीनियरिंग अब एक ब्रांच स्पेसिफिक नहीं रह गई, ये बिल्कुल ठीक बात है। कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ ऑल इंजीनियरिंग बिकम द इंजीनियरिंग। मैं अभी सोच रहा था कि कुछ गवर्नमेंट को ऐसा कर देना चाहिए, सिर्फ 3-4 ब्रांच की इंजीनियरिंग कर देना चाहिए। 10-12 ब्रांच 15 ब्रांच जो हो गई, उस चक्कर में बच्चे सब कंफ्यूज है। अल्टीमेटली तो सब पढ़ने ही पढ़ना है। उनको सब कुछ पढ़ना ही है, बाद में पढ़ना है, काम करते वक्त पढ़ना है। तो हम शुरू से कम ब्रांचेस रखें तो मेरे को लगता है ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। पर ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं, सरकार भी बहुत सोच समझ के करती है। टेक्नोक्रेट है हमारे जो लोगों ने जो डिजाइन करे हैं, हमारे करिकुलम डिजाइन करे, बहुत सोच समझ के करे आप लोग। मगर हाँ, जो पढ़ो खूब ध्यान से पढ़ो, खूब समझ के पढ़ो। आप एक ब्रांच को बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ो, दूसरी ब्रांच अपने आप समझ में आ जाएगी। बच्चे लोग आजकल, जैसे मेरे को पता है, कंप्यूटर साइंस में एडमिशन का बहुत क्रेज है। मेरे हिसाब से तो सबसे ज्यादा अगर कोई ब्रांच में क्रेज होना चाहिए तो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में होना चाहिए, मैकेनिकल में होना चाहिए। ये सब डिविजन है, कंप्यूटर है और दूसरी जितनी भी ब्रांचेस है। जिस बच्चे ने ध्यान से मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ ली उसकी जिंदगी सफल है, इलेक्ट्रिकल पढ़ ली जिंदगी सफल है। सिविल वालों की तो बात ही क्या है, पूरी दुनिया सिविल की को कैसे अप्लाई करा जाए, शॉर्टकट है। कंप्यूटर से क्या होता है, जो इंसान को आता है वो कंप्यूटर में फीड कर दिया जाता है, कंप्यूटर जल्दी जल्दी कर देता है। इंसान का कोई अल्टरनेट नहीं है ना। तो सेम में बेटा अपने आप को खूब इक्विप समझो। 4 साल की पढ़ाई होती है, इंजीनियरिंग बहुत छोटी होती है, 3.5 साल के बराबर है। आपको मान लो ताकत लगा के पढ़ोगे, 3.5 साल खूब अच्छे से पढ़ोगे, जिंदगी बहुत अच्छी रहेगी। सबको खूब बधाई, फैकल्टी को खूब बधाई और खूब धन्यवाद। आप लोग इतना अच्छा प्रोग्राम करते हैं, इतना अच्छा करते हैं काम। इन बच्चों का बहुत मन से ध्यान रखते हैं सर। और आरजीबीपी की भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। मैं इनसे सबसे हमेशा आरजीबीपी की बहुत तारीफ करता हूँ। उनको कहता हूँ कि आरजीबीपी हमारा पेरेंट बॉडी है, उसकी हमको खूब रेस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए। जो आरजीबीपी बोले 100% मानना चाहिए। रेस्पेक्ट आरजीबीपी Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So we are very fortunate that we have our chief guest here on the dais. So before we proceed any further, should I ask Chairman Sir to please welcome our chief guest. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Over to you, Julie.
अब मैं उद्बोधन से पूर्व हमारे कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय मंत्री महोदय श्री विश्वास सारंग जी का परिचय देना चाहूंगी। आपके वर्तमान में मध्य प्रदेश शासन के चिकित्सा शिक्षा और भोपाल गैस ट्रेजेडी राहत एवं पुनर्वास दोनों मंत्रालयों का कार्यभार संभाला हुआ है। पिछली सरकारों में भी अनेक महत्वपूर्ण पदों पर कर्तव्यों का निर्वहन करते हुए आपने अपनी एक अमिट छाप छोड़ी है। आप सदा से ही बिना किसी दबाव के निर्भीकता पूर्वक काम करने के लिए जाने जाते हैं। आपके ऊर्जावान, लगनशील और जुझारू व्यक्तित्व ने ही समूचे प्रदेश के हर पटल पर आपका यशगान किया है। ये हमारा सौभाग्य है कि ऐसे व्यक्तित्व के धनी माननीय मंत्री जी आज हमारे बीच यहाँ मौजूद हैं।
Sir, I request Vice Chancellor sir to please have the chance.
चलिए सबसे पहले तो आप ये बताइए कि हमने आपको चेयरमैन साहब से ब्लेसिंग दिलवाई थी या नहीं किया? उनकी ब्लेसिंग से बिना चीजें आगे बढ़ती नहीं है। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात ये है जिसको आपको समझना पड़ेगा, जिससे पहले कि मैं माननीय मंत्री जी का स्वागत करूं, कि जो चेयरमैन सुधीर अग्रवाल साहब है वो एक इंस्ट्रूमेंटेशन इंजीनियर है और अपने आप में एक इंस्टीट्यूशन है। आधा भोपाल सुधीर अग्रवाल जी के पद चिन्हों से जाना जाता है। देता है और बात करता है कि इंडस्ट्री क्या होती है और कैसे प्लेसमेंट मिलता है, क्योंकि बातें ज्यादा सच होंगी ज्यादा दिन हमारी आएंगी, क्योंकि जो सफल है वही बता सकता है कि सफलता का क्या राज है। और उन्हें क्या कहा आपसे, आप विनम्र रहिए, कहा कि विनम्र रहिए और सीखते रहिए और क्लासरूम में जो पढ़ाया जाता है वो पढ़िए, आपकी नौकरी तो 100% लगेगी। यही कहा सुधीर अग्रवाल साहब ने। वो बिल्कुल आपके लिए गुरु मंत्र दे के गए हैं आपको। दैट्स व्हाई उनकी ब्लेसिंग्स बहुत जरूरी थी। अब मैं सबसे पहले विश्वास साहब का, जो कि आज के मुख्य अतिथि भी हैं, लोकप्रिय नेता हैं, युवा नेता हैं, भविष्य के नेता हैं, उनका मैं सहर्ष और बिल्कुल सादर अभिनंदन और स्वागत करता हूँ पूरे आरजीपी परिवार में। आपको अपने साथ पाकर बहुत ही धन्य है। कल रात में जब हम लोग मिले थे तो मैं लगातार रात में सोच रहा था इन्होंने हेड स्टार्ट वर्ड क्यों रखा है इसका। बच्चों ने सोचा कि हेड स्टार्ट क्यों वर्ड रखा है। आपने 100 मीटर रेस देखी है और मैराथन भी देखी होगी। हेड स्टार्ट अब अंतर समझ आ रहा है। जो 100 मीटर रेस के लिए खिलाड़ी खड़े होते तो कैसे खड़े होते हैं, और मैराथन के लिए खड़े होते तो कैसे खड़े होते हैं। तो यही अंतर है। इसका मतलब ये है, मतलब बहुत साफ है कि अगर प्लेसमेंट में अपॉर्चुनिटीज कम है और ग्रैब करने वाले लोग ज्यादा हैं तो इट इज लाइक 100 मीटर रेस। और अगर उसमें हेड स्टार्ट पोजीशन में अगर आप प्लेसमेंट के लिए जाएंगे तो 100% आपको सफलता मिलेगी। और मैराथन स्टाइल में अगर स्टार्ट करेंगे तो हेड स्टार्ट नहीं मिलेगी, रेस तो फिर भी पूरी होगी। ऐसा नहीं कि रेस पूरी नहीं होने वाली। जिंदगी की रेस जो कि मैराथन रेस है वो तो आप पूरी करोगे, लेकिन अगर आपको हेड स्टार्ट चाहिए, इफ यू वांट टू रन इट एट 100 मीटर, तो आपको फिर हेड स्टार्ट चाहिए। और दिस द पर्पस ऑफ दिस होल प्रोग्राम, जहां पर कि हमने इंडस्ट्री स्टॉलवर्ड्स को बुलाया हुआ है, लगभग आप जब नाम देखेंगे तो सारे बड़े नाम, टेस्ला, एसेंचर, माइक्रोसॉफ्ट, महिंद्रा, इंटेल, बार्कलेज, गूगल, सैमसंग, और जब भी कुछ नाम है क्या, टीसीएस, डेलॉयट, रेनॉल्ट, सीमेंस, जिंदल स्टील पावर, डिजीकॉम, पीडब्ल्यूसी, हनीवेल, इतने रिप्रेजेंटेटिव यहाँ पर बैठे हुए। तो निश्चित तौर पर वो अपने अपने तरीके से आपको हेड स्टार्ट पोजीशन कैसे लेनी है वो आपको ट्रिक्स सिखाएंगे और बताएंगे। लेकिन वो ट्रिक्स बताएं और सिखाएं तो कुछ आशीर्वाद तो ऑलरेडी मिल चुका है। कुछ बातें मैं भी आपसे कहना चाहता हूँ। पहली बात है टाइम मैनेजमेंट। अगर आपको हेड स्टार्ट लेना है तो यू शुड लर्न हाउ टू मैनेज योर टाइम। आजकल की प्रॉब्लम क्या हो गई पता है? डिस्ट्रैक्शंस इतने ज्यादा हो गए हैं सोशल मीडिया के कारण कि हम टाइम मैनेजमेंट प्रॉपर्ली नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो अब आपको ये सोचना है कि जब इंस्टीट्यूशन आते हैं आप तो क्या मोबाइल लाना जरूरी है क्या? ये थोड़ा सा मेरे को थोड़ा सा आजकल ऑन लगने लगा सर। क्लासरूम में भी बच्चे मोबाइल यूज कर रहे हैं और दिस इज नॉट गुड थिंग, क्योंकि उससे आप डिस्ट्रैक्ट होते हो। अभी कितने लोग मोबाइल हाथ में लिए हुए हैं? पीछे बच्चों में लिए हुए ना, वो डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो रहे होंगे, कोई अपना मैसेज देख रहा होगा, कुछ मैसेज लिख कर रहा होगा। ये रिक्वायर्ड नहीं है। ये हमें आवाज नहीं आ रही है, थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम बढ़ाइए ना, थोड़ा सा ठीक है। तो पहली बात आप ध्यान रखिए, ये मैं मैनेजमेंट से भी कहूंगा, ट्राई टू अवॉइड यूजेस ऑफ मोबाइल्स इन द क्लासरूम। इसको थोड़ा सा अगर अवॉइड करेंगे तो यू विल बी बेटर पोजीशन। मोबाइल का सदुपयोग बहुत है, उपयोग बहुत ज्यादा है, लेकिन क्लासरूम में इनका उपयोग नहीं है। यू शुड ट्राई टू अवॉइड मोबाइल एंड ट्राई टू हैव बेटर टाइम मैनेजमेंट जितना भी आप कर सकते हैं। दूसरी बात, एक वर्ड बहुत ज्यादा चल रहा है, इंडस्ट्री रेडीनेस। और नेस्कॉम तो लगातार सर्वे पर सर्वे दे देता है और इंजीनियरिंग ग्रेजुएट्स की सबकी ऐसी तैसी करता है। क्या कहता है? 20% एम्प्लॉयबल है, 15% एम्प्लॉयबल है, जबकि आरजीपी में भी 50% कैंपस प्लेसमेंट हो रहा है आज की डेट में। वी आर प्लेसिंग 50% स्टूडेंट आउट ऑफ आरजीपी स्टिल। अब नेस्कॉम कहता है कि 20% एम्प्लॉयबल है, तो व्हाट अबाउट 30% जो प्लेस्ड हो गए, और बाकी 50% भी 2-3 साल में एम्प्लॉयड हो जाते हैं। तो ये एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी का इशू और ये जो दूसरा है इंडस्ट्री रेडीनेस इश्यूज है क्या? एज ए एकेडमिशियन में बात कर रहा हूं। हमारी तरफ से बात जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण ये है कि क्या आपके फंडामेंटल्स क्लियर हैं। ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट इशू है। जब आप क्लासरूम में हैं और आप अपने इंजीनियरिंग के बेसिक्स क्लियर नहीं करते तो ये एडवांस इंजीनियरिंग किसी काम की है नहीं पता। जब भी टेक्नोलॉजी चेंज होगी यू विल बी इन ट्रबल। मैं बता दूं, मैं थर्मोडायनेमिक्स इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ाता हूं। मैं 2 लॉज जानता हूं थर्मोडायनेमिक्स के, लॉ 1 और फर्स्ट लॉ, सेकंड लॉ। और पूरी मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग के थर्मल साइकिल इज मोर देन सफिशिएंट। मैं किसी भी प्रोसेस को बता सकता हूं, इट इज पॉसिबल और इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल। कोई भी इन्वेंटर मेरे पास आता है, मैं ये ऐसा कर दूंगा, वैसा कर दूंगा, 5 मिनट सोचूंगा, मैं तो नहीं, इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल अनलेस हमारा सेकंड लॉ या फर्स्ट लॉ गलत ना हो, और वो गलत होता नहीं है। It means you are rock solid as far as your fundamentals are concerned. जो थ्योरीज है, फंडामेंटल्स आपको क्लियर है। कितनी भी बड़ी एडवांस जो लोग क्लेम करते हैं कि एडवांस इंजीनियरिंग है, बिल्कुल आसान हो जाती है जो फंडामेंटल्स आपके। तो क्लासरूम में क्या होता है, फंडामेंटल्स ही तो पढ़ाया जाता है। तो अपना जो फर्स्ट ईयर है, सेकंड ईयर है, पूरा 100% आप फंडामेंटल्स में लगाओ। और उनको सिखाने का तरीके में भी सर मैं थोड़ा सा आपसे कहूंगा कि थोड़े से इसमें इनोवेशंस लाइए। मुझे लगता है क्लासरूम टीचिंग थोड़ी सी बोरिंग हो रही है, तो इन फंडामेंटल्स को हम इस तरह से कुछ करें कि कुछ स्किलिंग भी सीखें और फंडामेंटल्स भी सीखें। कुछ ऐसी इंजीनियरिंग प्रॉब्लम और केस स्टडीज भी इन्वॉल्व करें और फिर फंडामेंटल्स को प्रूव करें कि देखिए फंडामेंटल वैलिड है। इस तरह के अगर खेल खेल हम कुछ सीखने की कोशिश करेंगे तो हमारे फंडामेंटल्स इतने मजबूत हो जाएंगे, जहां पर हम फंडामेंटल्स को जब क्लासरूम के बाहर अप्लाई करने की कोशिश करेंगे, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग अप्रोच की तरफ जाएंगे, तो हम ज्यादा कंफर्टेबल जोन में होंगे। तीसरी बात है कम्युनिकेशन। इंडस्ट्री हमेशा चाहती है कि हमारा आगे बड़ा कम्युनिकेटिव हो। तो कम्युनिकेशन भी दो तरह का होता है। एक कम्युनिकेशन वो जो अभी हम आपसे कर रहे हैं, और दूसरा कम्युनिकेशन वो जो आप कंप्यूटर पे या मैसेजिंग के या प्रेजेंटेशन के थ्रू या पीपीटी के थ्रू या एक्सेल शीट के थ्रू करते हैं। दोनों साइड आपकी मजबूत होना चाहिए, क्योंकि इंडस्ट्री में ये पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन, एक्सेल शीट प्रेजेंटेशन ये भी बहुत ज्यादा चलता है, और इसमें जो लोग मजबूत हैं वो उनको भी हेड स्टार्ट मिलता है। मैंने आई हैव सीन पीपल हु आर वेरी गुड इन प्रिपेयरिंग पीपीटीज एंड एक्सेल शीट्स आर naturally much preferred people as compared to those who are not comfortable with that. And definitely जो कम्युनिकेटिव होगा, जो बातचीत कर सकता है, अपनी बात कॉन्फिडेंस से रख सकता है, उसकी तो कहने ही क्या। अगर इन दोनों का कॉम्बिनेशन है तो डायरेक्टली कॉम्बिनेशन। और इन सब के पीछे क्या है, मेंटल टफनेस। कल एक हमारे साथी बता भी रहे थे कि हमें अपने बच्चों को मेंटली टफ बनाना चाहिए। उनका एटीट्यूड, उनका एजाइल एटीट्यूड होना चाहिए, उनको मेंटल कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए कि वी कैन डू इट, वी कैन डिलीवर इट। तो क्लासरूम टीचिंग में ये भी सर आपको इंक्लूड करना चाहिए कि बच्चे मेंटली थोड़ा सा कॉन्फिडेंट फील करें। कई बार क्या होता है, जो बच्चे कॉन्फिडेंट नहीं होते हैं वो थोड़ा सा पीछे रहे, उनको हेड स्टार्ट नहीं मिलता है। हेड स्टार्ट मिलेगा लेकिन काफी देर बाद मिलेगा। तो अगर हेड स्टार्ट चाहिए तो यू शुड बी वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट। उनको मेंटली आपको टफ बनाना पड़ेगा, थोड़ा सा मेंटली उनको प्रिपेयर करना पड़ेगा कि मेंटल टफनेस आपको होना चाहिए। और चौथी बात तो सबसे बात ही है कि हर इंडस्ट्री चाहती है कि उनकी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो, इकोनॉमिकली सॉल्व हो, नए नए सॉल्यूशन आए। तो ये सब कैसे आएंगे, जब आपके पास थोड़ा सा ओरिजिनल थिंकिंग होगी, थोड़ी सी इनोवेटिवनेस होगी। जब आप प्रॉब्लम को समझकर उसका थोड़ा सा सोचेंगे, उसमें कुछ सॉल्यूशन देने का एफर्ट करेंगे, उसमें आप ये कहेंगे नहीं इसको इस तरह से भी किया जा सकता है। आप एग्जिस्टिंग प्रोसेस को क्वेश्चन करेंगे, आप ये प्रोसेस ऐसा ही क्यों होगा, इसको ऐसे क्यों नहीं कर सकते, इसमें इकोनॉमिक्स ज्यादा है, इसमें एफिशिएंसी ज्यादा है। इस तरह के प्रश्न जब आप उठाएंगे पूरे प्रोसेस पर, तब आप देखेंगे आप एक सफल इंजीनियर में अपने आप कन्वर्ट होते चले जाएंगे। और दूसरी बात जो चेयरमैन साहब ने उठाई ना कि इंजीनियरिंग की इतनी सारी ब्रांचेस क्यों हैं, आई एम आल्सो सपोर्टिव ऑफ दैट। जो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है वो ये कहती है कि मॉड्यूलर स्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए एजुकेशन का, और आपको अपना कोर्स करिकुलम खुद डिजाइन करना आना चाहिए। यूनिवर्सिटी शुड ऑफर ए बुके ऑफ सब्जेक्ट्स, जिसमें अगर मान लीजिए मैंने इंजीनियरिंग में ले लिया एडमिशन, अब मेरे को इस पर्टिकुलर फील्ड में जाना है, उस पर्टिकुलर फील्ड के लिए जो जो सब्जेक्ट जरूरी है उन सब्जेक्ट को आप उठाइए और अपने इंजीनियरिंग क्रेडिट्स पूरी करिए, रिजल्ट लगाइए। इस तरह का कॉन्सेप्ट आज नहीं तो कल डेफिनेटली आने वाला है। इट इज बाउंड टू हैपन, द प्रोसेस हैज ऑलरेडी स्टार्टेड इन दैट डायरेक्शन। थोड़ा सा गड़बड़ हो गई है, थोड़ी सी गड़बड़ ये हो गई है, कंप्यूटर साइंस वालों ने थोड़ा सा ज्यादा ही कुछ थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम कर दी है, लेकिन आप बिलीव करिए, आप जिस हॉल में बैठे हुए हैं, टुडे वी आर सिटिंग इन दिस हॉल, स्ट्रक्चर सिविल है, सारा आप देखिए इंसुलेशन वगैरह कुछ किया हुआ है, एक्वास्टिक्स का ध्यान है वो मैकेनिकल में आता है, साउंड है, एयर कंडीशनिंग चल रही है, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग है, हीट ट्रांसफर के इश्यूज है, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग है, लाइटिंग है तो इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग है। और मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स डिवाइसेस से बात कर रहा हूँ, मुझे कंप्यूटर यहाँ कहीं नहीं दिखा। ये बताइए हमारे पास इतनी ज्यादा इंटेलिजेंस है तो हमें एआई की जरूरत क्या है? आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की जरूरत तो उनके है, तुमको है जिनके पास इंटेलिजेंस नहीं है। तो व्हाई आर यू फोकसिंग सो मच ऑन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, वी आर हैविंग ओरिजिनल इंटेलिजेंस। लेकिन इसमें एक बात है फैक्चुअल, ये तो लेटर मोड में बात है। फैक्चुअल बात ये है कि जो लोअर ऑर्डर ऑफ थिंकिंग है, जो काम कोई भी कर सकता है उसको मशीन को सॉल्व कर फुर्सत पाएगा, एंड वी शुड लीव आवर इंटेलिजेंट माइंड फॉर हायर ऑर्डर ऑफ थिंकिंग। तो अगर रूटीन वर्क को हम एआई के थ्रू मशीनों को दे देंगे तो हमारे पास वी विल हैव सफिशिएंट टाइम टू हैव हायर ऑर्डर ऑफ थिंकिंग, और हम ज्यादा बड़ी समस्याओं का हल कर सकेंगे। This is the purpose of introducing AI rather than replacing everything. जो रूटीन काम है उनको AI को सौंपेंगे और जो हायर ऑर्डर ऑफ थिंकिंग का काम है वो हम खुद लेंगे। मतलब अब हमारे कंधों पर जिम्मेदारी और पहले से भी क्या होगी, ज्यादा होगी। मतलब हम लोगों ने तो कम मेहनत में काम कर लिया, लेकिन आप लोगों को ज्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी। तो बी प्रिपेयर फॉर द सेम। और मैं मैनेजमेंट को बधाई देना चाहूंगा कि they are thinking in that direction, they are trying to evolve a critical thinking process in your mind। वो head start देना चाहते हैं, वो चाहते हैं कि right from the first year itself you should be ready for the head start and you should grab all the prestigious positions जो भी आपके पास अवेलेबल है। तो उनमें आप ज्यादा से ज्यादा शेयर कैसे लें, आरजीपी के स्टूडेंट कैसे ज्यादा बड़े से बड़े जॉब को कैसे ग्रैब करें, वो जरूर आपको करना है। लेकिन लास्ट वहीं पे मैं कहूंगा जहां से मैंने शुरुआत की, सुधीर अग्रवाल साहब से, क्योंकि सुधीर अग्रवाल साहब हिमसेल्फ इज एन इंस्टीट्यूशन और हमें बनना कैसा है, सुधीर अग्रवाल साहब जैसा बनना है। सुधीर अग्रवाल साहब नौकरी नहीं ढूंढते, क्या करते हैं सुधीर अग्रवाल साहब, नौकरी देते हैं। तो क्या करना है, नौकरियां देना है, लेना नहीं है। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Your presence here is highly appreciated. मैं मंत्री जी से निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप आए और अपने शब्दों से हम सभी का मार्गदर्शन करें। मैं मंत्री जी से निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप आए और अपने शब्दों से हम सभी का मार्गदर्शन करें।
आज के इस कार्यक्रम में हमारे बीच में उपस्थित आदरणीय गुप्ता जी, आदरणीय हमारे बड़े भाई सुधीर अग्रवाल साहब, युवा अग्रवाल सिद्धार्थ जी, डायरेक्टर मैडम, प्रिंसिपल साहब, यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी बड़ी बड़ी कंपनीज के कर्ता धर्ता, मैं मालिक नहीं बोल रहा क्योंकि मैं तो बिजनेस ज्यादा जानता नहीं हूं। वैसे भी गुप्ता जी ने सुधीर भाई के बारे में बताया कि वो किस तरह से भोपाल और मध्य प्रदेश में व्यवसाय के माध्यम से प्रदेश की सेवा कर रहे हैं। तो सुधीर भाई जैसे बड़े भाई और दोस्तों के माध्यम से बिजनेस का थोड़ा बहुत जानता हूं, तो मैं ये मानता हूं कि मालिक से ज्यादा बड़ा कर्ता धर्ता होता है जो यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं। अब देखिए, गुप्ता जी ने जिस बात से शुरुआत की वो तो मैं नहीं बोल पाऊं, क्योंकि उन्होंने क्या बोला, टाइम मैनेजमेंट। मुझे याद आता है गांधी जी का एक वाक्य। गांधी जी आजादी के लड़ाई का नेतृत्व कर रहे थे और समाज में उनकी स्वीकारोक्ति थी, बहुत लोग उनको मानने लगे, तो उनको लीडर नहीं अपने परिवार का सदस्य मानते थे। और समाज का एक बड़ा वर्ग था जो अपनी व्यक्तिगत समस्याओं को लेकर भी गांधी जी के पास जाता था, उसके निदान की बात करता था। तो इसलिए गांधी जी ने एक टाइम, एक अपना ऐसा दिन भर का एक शेड्यूल बनाया था कि हम एक समय ऐसा रहेगा कि कोई मिलने आएगा, अपनी समस्या के बारे में बात करेगा, तो मैं उसकी निदान करूंगा, उसके बारे में उनको कुछ ना कुछ सोल्यूशन दूंगा। एक बार गांधी जी अपने आश्रम में बैठे थे, लोगों के मिलने का समय था, लोग लाइन लगी थी, लोग मिलने आ रहे थे। एक महिला उनके पास आई अपने छोटे बच्चे को लेकर। उस महिला ने कहा, गांधी जी मैं बहुत परेशान हूं। गांधी जी ने कहा, भाई क्या हो गया बता। मेरा बेटा बहुत गुड़ खाता है। अरे अच्छा ठीक है भाई, तू 3 दिन बाद आ। महिला चली, 3 दिन बाद वो फिर से आई, लाइन में लगी। लाइन में लगने के बाद उसका 10-15 मिनट बाद समय आया, वो गांधी जी के पास आई और गांधी जी से कहा कि गांधी जी मैं 3 दिन पहले आई थी, आपको समस्या बताई थी, मेरा बेटा बहुत गुड़ खाता है, आप कुछ करो। उन्हें कहा हाँ भाई याद आ गया। उन्हें कहा बेटा, गांधी जी ने कहा बेटा ज्यादा गुड़ मत खाया कर, ज्यादा गुड़ खाना खराब बात होती है। ये बोलकर गांधी जी ने इशारा किया कि दूसरे को भेजो। तो वो महिला तो निकल पड़ी। उसने कहा गांधी जी आप अजीब से आदमी हो, मैंने आपसे बोला कि मेरा बेटा बहुत गुड़ खाता है, आपने कहा केवल बेटा ज्यादा गुड़ मत खाया कर, ज्यादा गुड़ खाना खराब बात होती है। यही बात बोलनी थी तो 3 दिन पहले बोल देते ना। तो गांधी जी ने कहा भाई मैं 3 दिन पहले कैसे बोलता, 3 दिन पहले तो मैं भी बहुत गुड़ खाता। तो टाइम मैनेजमेंट की बात मैं इसलिए नहीं कर पाऊंगा कि मैं ही लेता है, ये तो वही कर पाएगा जो टाइम से आया हो। और मैं ये भी नहीं बोल पाऊंगा कि एआई क्या है, एआई के बारे में तो बेपड़ा लिखा। इतने पढ़े लिखे लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हुए, मैं तो बहुत कम पढ़ा लिखा हूँ। मैं ज्यादा ज्ञान की बात, पढ़ाई की बात आपके सामने नहीं कर पाऊंगा। मैं ये भी नहीं कर पाऊंगा कि आपके प्लेसमेंट के लिए आपको क्या करना है, इंटरव्यू कैसे देना है, क्लास में क्या मोबाइल लेना है नहीं लाना, ये भी मैं नहीं बोल पाऊंगा। तो मैं ये जरूर बोल पाऊंगा कि आपको प्लेसमेंट के माध्यम से यदि नौकरी लेना है तो नौकरी मिलने के बाद क्या है। मेरा ये मानना है, मैं हर जगह जाता हूं, हर बार ये बात जरूर दोहराता हूं। मेरा ये मानना है कि धरा पर, इस पृथ्वी पर कोई आया है तो एक लक्ष्य को लेकर आया। मैंने अपने ऑफिस में, सुधीर भाई आते रहते हैं मुझे, मैं सुधीर भाई आपको बड़ा भाई बोल रहा हूं तो आई मीन, मैं उन चंद लोगों में को जिनको इज्जत करता हूं उनमें से एक आप निश्चित रूप से। तो मैंने अपने ऑफिस में अपनी कुर्सी के पीछे लिखा हुआ है, प्रभु आपकी कृपा से सब काम हो रहा है, करते हो तुम कन्हैया मेरा नाम हो रहा है। मैं जरूर बात करता हूँ, हो सकता है लोग मानते होंगे कि मैं रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, पर मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जरूरी है जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ। मेरा ये मानना है कि धरा पर, इस पृथ्वी पर कोई आया है तो इट इज ऑल प्रिस्क्राइब। भगवान ने लिखकर भेजा, जैसा डॉक्टर प्रिस्क्रिप्शन लिखता है ऐसा ही भगवान ने लिखकर भेजा कि कौन कहां कैसे किस लिए। इसलिए मेरा ये मानना है कि जो काम करने का भगवान ने बोला या जो काम हमें दिया वो भगवान का आदेश है। युवा साथियों, मैं ये नहीं कह पाऊंगा कि आपको क्या प्लेसमेंट में क्या नौकरी मिलेगी और किस विधा से आप काम करो। आप कैसे मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग करो, कैसे सिविल इंजीनियरिंग करो, कैसे कंप्यूटर की बात करो, कैसे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पर बात करें, मैं ये बात तो नहीं बोल पाऊंगा। पर मैं ये जरूर बोलूंगा कि यदि आप इंजीनियर बन रहे हो, यदि आप नौकरी ले रहे हो, यदि आप सुधीर भाई जैसा, सिद्धार्थ जैसा धंधा करके दूसरों को नौकरी देना चाहते हो तो ये केवल अपने लिए नहीं, केवल अपने परिवार के लिए नहीं, बल्कि बड़ा स्पेक्ट्रम होना चाहिए इस समाज, इस देश के लिए कुछ करने के संकल्प के साथ। दिक्कत इसी बात की आई कि लोकतंत्र के देश में जब हर 5 साल में चुनाव आते हैं, हम जैसे नेताओं की भी ये मजबूरी हो जाती है कि हम समाज को केवल वही बात बोले जो समाज को अच्छी लगती है। हर 5 साल में चुनाव आते हैं, हर 5 साल में वोट लेना है, और जब वोट लेना होता है तो केवल अधिकार 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 की बात होती है। और दिक्कत यही आती है कि हम अपने कर्तव्य का बोध नहीं कर पाते, कर्तव्य का निर्वहन नहीं कर पाते। इसीलिए तो दिक्कत आई। 75 साल की आजादी में इस देश में बांध के निर्माण की बात हुई, इस देश में कारखाने के निर्माण की बात हुई। गुप्ता जी, मैंने उस दिन भी बोला था ये बात, बांध बना तो इस बात पर चर्चा हुई, बांध का निर्माण हो जाए, कारखानों का निर्माण हो जाए, बड़ी बड़ी सड़कों का निर्माण हो जाए, पर इस देश में व्यक्ति के निर्माण की बात नहीं हुई। जब तक व्यक्ति का निर्माण नहीं होगा तब तक देश कैसे बनेगा। और व्यक्ति का निर्माण होना है तो व्यक्ति के निर्माण के लिए हमें कोई अलग पद्धति नहीं, हमें किसी कॉलेज की जरूरत नहीं है, हमें किसी बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों में नौकरी की जरूरत नहीं है। हम जहां है, जिस स्थान पर है, मेरे मन और मस्तिष्क में ये बात जरूर होनी चाहिए कि मुझे इस देश के लिए, समाज के लिए कुछ करना है। 75 साल की आजादी में तो यही हुआ। इकबाल देखेंगे तो वतन की फिक्र का नादा मुसीबत आने वाली है, वतन की फिक्र का नादा मुसीबत आने वाली है, तेरी बर्बादियों के मशवरे हैं आसमानों में, न समझोगे तो मिट जाओगे हिंदुस्तान वालों, तुम्हारी दास्तां भी ना रहेगी दास्तां। विरासत को बचाना है, देश की भविष्य को बचाना है, तो हमें जगना पड़ेगा। और यदि हमें जगना है तो युवा साथियों, प्लेसमेंट में जाने के वक्त तुम्हारे मन और मस्तिष्क में ये जरूर होना चाहिए कि मुझे नौकरी मिल जाए, ये जरूर होना चाहिए कि तुम्हें अच्छा पैकेज मिल जाए, तुम्हारे दिलो दिमाग में ये बात जरूर होना चाहिए कि तुम्हारा करियर मिल जाए, बड़ा बंगला मिल जाए, चमचमाती गाड़ी मिल जाए, अच्छी शादी हो जाए, अच्छे बच्चे हो जाए, और उसके साथ साथ दिलो दिमाग में ये बात जरूर रहना चाहिए कि मैं नौकरी करूंगा तो इस देश के लिए और धंधा करूंगा तो इस देश के लिए। आपके जीने का कोई मतलब नहीं। मैं तुम्हें आह्वान करना चाहता हूँ, आपको शुभकामनाएं दूंगा। अब बड़े अच्छी मीमांसा की हेडस्टार्ट की कैसे शुरू करना, दिलो दिमाग में क्या है, पर ध्यान रखना मैं केवल शुरुआत की बात नहीं कर रहा, मैं तो अंतिम लक्ष्य की भी बात कर रहा हूं। और अंतिम लक्ष्य यही है कि भारत मां एक बार पुनः विश्व के मानचित्र पर सर्वोच्च राष्ट्र के रूप में लिख जाए, उसका नाम लिख जाए, और केवल नाम ना लिखे, उस यज्ञ में मेरी क्या आधार रहेगा, मेरा क्या योगदान रहेगा, इस पर भी जरूर विचार। इस देश में, इस संस्कृति में, इस दुनिया में नाम उन्हीं का हुआ है जिन्होंने देश के लिए कुछ किया है, समाज के लिए कुछ किया। मैं आपको आह्वान करना चाहता हूं, आगे आने वाला भविष्य, और आज ये कहते हुए कहीं संतोष नहीं है कि इस देश ने नए कलेवर में अपने आप को स्थापित किया है, दुनिया के मानचित्र पर इस देश का नाम एक बार पुनः अच्छे तरह से लिया जाने लगा है। नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में ये देश उस स्थान तक पहुंचा है जो हमारे पूर्वजों की परिकल्पना थी। 75 साल की आजादी के बाद इस देश ने नई करवट की है, और इसीलिए तो भाइयों और साथियों, कोई भी मामला होता है, ये देश का नाम अग्रणी होता है। बहुत गंदी बात हम ना भी करें, कोरोना जैसी महामारी में ही हम देखें जिस प्रकार से केंद्र की सरकार ने इस महामारी को डील किया, ये कोई छोटा मोटा मामला नहीं है सुधीर भाई। इस भौगोलिक विषमता वाले देश में कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी और अटक से लेकर कटक तक हर किलोमीटर पर बोलियां बदलती है, संस्कृति बदलती है, धरातल बदलता है। उसने जिस प्रकार से कोविड को हमने डील किया, जिस प्रकार से वैक्सीन बनाया और भौगोलिक विषमता वाले देश में वैक्सीनेशन प्रोग्राम को लॉन्च किया, ये छोटा सा मामला जरूर है, परंतु ये इस बात को स्थापित करता है कि ये देश नए कलेवर में खड़ा होने को तैयार है। बस मुद्दा ये है कि हम उसमें कितने तैयार हैं। तो युवा साथियों, तुम्हें आह्वान करना था, आगे बढ़ो। विवेकानंद ने कहा था कि 21वीं सदी हिंदुस्तान की होगी, हिंदुस्तान 21वीं सदी में इस विश्व का सर्वश्रेष्ठ राष्ट्र बनेगा, और वो हमें दिख रहा है। बस जरूरत है कि हम सब भी उस लक्ष्य को आगे बढ़ा के चले। हमारे मन और मस्तिष्क में ये बात जरूर होनी चाहिए कि मैं इस देश के लिए जीऊंगा। आजादी के पहले नारा था इस देश के लिए मरना होगा, और आजादी के बाद इस देश का नारे में परिवर्तन आया है, इस देश के लिए जीना होगा। और जब देश के लिए जीने की बात आती है तो बस यही छोटी छोटी बातें। एक बार मैं ऐसा ही युवाओं के कार्यक्रम में बोल रहा था कि इस देश के लिए जीने की बात करो, एक ने खड़े होकर बोला कि हम तो जीना चाहते हैं, बताइए जिए कैसे। बात सही है, तो मुझे लगा कि ये बात सही है। तो देश के लिए जीने की बात है तो छोटी छोटी बातें हैं। सबसे पहले तो इस देश के संविधान का पालन कर लो। लाइट बर्बाद हो रही है, लाइट बचा लो। पानी बर्बाद हो रहा है, पानी बचा लो। हम यदि समय खराब कर रहे हैं तो समय को ठीक कर लो। मोबाइल यदि सदुपयोग के लिए तो उसको उपयोग करो, यदि हमें दुरुपयोग हो रहा है तो उस पर कहीं ना कहीं रोक लगा लो। कहने का मतलब यह है कि आप केवल आप नहीं हो, आप केवल अपने माँ बाप की संतान नहीं हो, आप इस भारत माँ की संतान हो। इसलिए यदि आप में कोई गलती है तो उसको ठीक करो, यदि वो ठीक नहीं करोगे तो ये देश बड़ा देश नहीं है। मैं आप सबको आह्वान करता हूं। मैं देख रहा हूं जिस प्रकार से इस सदन में मेरी बात पर रिएक्शन आ रहा है, ये इस बात को स्थापित करता है कि ये जिंदा सदन है। भाई हम तो नेता लोग हैं, कार्यक्रमों में जाते रहते हैं। जब कार्यक्रम में जाते हैं तो स्वागत होता है, जब स्वागत होता है तो पता लगता है कि कौन हाथ से माला पहना रहा है, कौन दिल से माला जब कार्यक्रम में हम आते हैं और भाषण देते हैं तो पता लगता है कि कौन ग्राह्य कर रहा है और कौन अग्राह्य कर रहा है। तो मैं आगे तक आखिरी तक देख रहा हूं कि युवा साथी मेरी बात को ग्राह्य कर, इसलिए युवा साथियों, विवेकानंद ने कहा था कि उठो जागो, तब तक मत रुको जब तक लक्ष्य प्राप्त ना हो। हम सबका लक्ष्य देश बनाएंगे, शक्तिशाली प्रभावशाली हिंदुस्तान का निर्माण करेंगे। ताकत के साथ हम इस बात को स्थापित करेंगे कि ये देश विश्व गुरु के रूप में स्थापित, और ये केवल हम अपने स्वार्थ के लिए नहीं कह रहे। यदि इस देश को सही दिशा देनी है तो निश्चित रूप से हमारी संस्कृति को अडॉप्ट करना पड़ेगा। आज पर्यावरण की कितनी बातें हो रही, कोपेनहेगन से लेकर दुनिया में अलग अलग जगह इस बात को लेकर चर्चा कर रही है। अरे यदि हमारे हिंदू धर्म की, हमारी संस्कृति को, हमारे दर्शन को अडॉप्ट कर लो तो ये सुनिश्चित हो जाएगा कि पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा करनी है। ये पहला देश है दुनिया का, ये पहला दर्शन है जो पहाड़ की भी पूजा करता है और नदी को भी मां मानता है। ये पहला देश है जो पेड़ के आसपास साल में कम से कम 10 बार हम घूमते हैं और इस बात को स्थापित करते हैं कि पेड़ हमारे लिए पूजनीय है। अरे संस्कृति की रक्षा, प्रकृति की रक्षा करना ही तो शायद भविष्य के सही निर्धारण का मार्ग प्रशस्त करता है। तो ये यदि दर्शन है तो ये केवल हिंदुस्तान में है। यदि हम ये सुनिश्चित कर लेंगे कि हम दुनिया को दिशा देंगे तो निश्चित रूप से ये दुनिया सही स्थान तक पहुंचेगी। मैं युवा साथियों तुम्हें आवाज देता हूं, तुम्हें आह्वान करता हूं, ताकत के साथ अपने करियर को बनाओ। करियर बनाना है, नौकरी भी करो, और जैसा गुप्ता जी ने कहा सुधीर अग्रवाल जी जैसी नौकरी भी करवाओ। परंतु फिर वही बात है कि केवल अपने लिए नहीं, केवल अपने परिवार के लिए नहीं, इस समाज, इस राष्ट्र के लिए अपना सर्वस्व न्यौछावर करने के संकल्प के साथ अपने जीवन को जियो। दुष्यंत त्यागी ने कहा है, हो गई है तीर पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए, हो गई है तीर पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए, इस हिमालय से कोई गंगा निकलनी चाहिए। मेरे सीने में नहीं तो तेरे सीने में सही, हो कहीं भी आग लेकिन आग जलनी हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं। मेरी कोशिश है कि ये सूरत बदलनी चाहिए, और मेरे सीने में नहीं तो तेरे सीने में सही, हो कहीं भी आग लेकिन आग हो गई है कि पर्वत सी पिघलनी चाहिए, इस हिमालय से कोई गंगा निकलनी चाहिए। मेरे सीने में नहीं तो तेरे सीने में सही, हो कहीं भी आग लेकिन आग इस देश के लिए जीने के राष्ट्र भक्ति की आग को प्रज्वलित रखिए। ये देश भारत माँ तुम्हें पुकार रही है, स्थापित कर दो कि हम अपने व्यक्तित्व से, अपने कृतित्व से, अपने भाव से, अपनी भावना से, अपने काम करने के तरीके से, अपनी पूरी दिनचर्या को इस हिसाब से ढालेंगे कि मैं अपने लिए जीऊं और इस देश के लिए जीऊं। ये भारत माँ एक बार पुनः विश्व के मानचित्र पर इसका नाम स्वर्णिम अक्षरों में लिखा सके। भारत माँ के ढाल पर केसरिया तिलक लगाकर इस देश को के परचम को पूरी दुनिया में लहराएंगे। यही मेरा लक्ष्य, यही आपका लक्ष्य। हम सब मिलकर शक्तिशाली, प्रभावशाली हिंदुस्तान बनाएंगे और ताकत के साथ कहेंगे कि सारे जहां से अच्छा बुलबुलें हैं इसकी, ये बुलबुल हमारा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की जय।
धन्यवाद सर, आपके शब्दों से निश्चित है हम सब में एक नई ऊर्जा का संचार हुआ और आपकी गरिमा में उपस्थिति से हम सब कृतज्ञ हैं।
वैसे जैसा मैंने बोला था कि मैं पढ़ा लिखा नहीं हूं, मैंने केवल सिविल में इंजीनियरिंग की है।
So beyond the placements in corporate, we are having another opportunities also. So before we proceed further, I would like to request our managing director sir to present the token of gratitude to our respected Vice Chancellor, Sir, of RTPG, Dr. Sunil Kumar. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, I would like to request just for 5 minutes. Just for 5 minutes. Sure. I would request our chief guest to just give away the token of love to our panel members. I'm going to call the names of the panel members. President, would you please facilitate the panel members? To start with, should I call Mr. G.S. Javed, Tech Lead, Intel. Should I ask Vice President Mr. Deepak Vyas is a scientist at NIC. Ritesh Sureya Sir, Senior Consultant TCS. Director Consultant Dynamics CRM CE Microsoft. Shadia Sultanaman, Technology Manager, Sense. Nishkash Mehra, Associate Director, PwC. Vaibhav Kumar Sir. I'm from Honeywell. Should I call Vaibhav Sir, Product Manager. From Renault, India, Sachin Ahuja Sir is a global SCM. From Jindal Steel and Power, Yadurendra Singh Sir, Assistant General Manager. From PwC, should I call Nishkash Sir? Is an associate director of the company. Should I call Vaibhav Kumar Sir from Honeywell, is the product marketing manager. Should I call Sachin Ahuja Sir, is a global SCM from Renault India. Yadurendra Singh Sir, assistant general manager from Jindal Steel and Power. Milind Bhagwat Sir, Corporate Quality Senior Manager from Siemens. Thank you. And should I request Prachi ma'am to facilitate Chitransh Sir, Senior Consultant, Deloitte. Chitransh Sir, Senior Consultant from Deloitte. Prachi ma'am, please. Director ma'am. So let us applaud for this nice gesture. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Proceeding towards the winding of the program, should I ask Keshwendra, principal, SISTec Gandhinagar campus, to just deliver the vote of thanks.
Placement is the outcome of the teaching and learning process for the sustainability of any institution and an important factor for the development of the society as well as a tool to develop faith in the education system of our country. Good morning. Our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister, Medical Education and Minister, Bhopal Gas Facility, Relief and Rehabilitation, Government of MP, Sri Vishwas Anand, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Sunil Kumar, all the respected corporate guests from the different part of the country, Honorable Chairman, Sir, Sagar Group, Honorable Managing Director, Sri Siddharth Agarwal, Sir, Director, Sagar Group of Institutions, Principals, Administrator, HODs, Group Head, Corporate Relation Team, faculty members, and all my dear students. I feel honored and privileged for getting the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion of SISTec Headstart 2.0. I would like to thank all the guests and panelists for their valuable presence, who are going to bless our students with their great talk and discussions about the corporate demand and the way for their treatment. Mr. G.S. Javed from India, Mr. Vaibhav Kumar from Honeywell, Mr. Milind from Siemens, Mr. Sachin Ahuja from Renault India, Mr. Yadurendra Singh from Jindal Steel, Ms. Sahiba from Center for Nanoscience and Engineering, Mr. Prahlad Teragi from Microsoft, Mr. Chitrans from Deloitte, Mr. Niskars Mehra from PwC, Mr. Ashutosh Joshi from Barclays, Mr. Rupesh from TCS, Mr. Deepak Vyas from NIC, virtual panelist Mr. Anuj Vyas from Tesla, Mr. Pankaj Sonalkar from Mahindra, Mr. Ajit Bhule from Digicom Semiconductor, Mr. Harsh Sethia from Samsung. All my dear, thank you so much for accepting our invitation to grace our students and also to act like the pathfinder for our students. Words are not enough to thank for your support, because without you, it was not possible to think about SISTec Headstart 2.0. It is true that time is money, and so you all have spent millions for us. Thanks to all for making this event successful. My hearty thanks to Honorable Minister, Vishwas Anand Sir, and Vice Chancellor Sir for their blessings and motivating the young minds for their contribution towards their future endeavors. I am very much thankful to our Honorable Chairman Sir and Managing Director Sir for their unconditional, constant and valuable guidance for the successful conduction of this program. I am very much thankful to Director Sagar Group of Institutions, Dr. Jyoti Deshmukh, for her presence and involvement during planning and conduction of SISTec Headstart 2.0. Principal SISTec Ratibar, Dr. Manish Milone, Dr. Kuldeep Ganju, Principal SISTec Corporate Relation Team. I thank to each and every one of you for conducting this program wonderfully. My special thanks to all my dear HODs from both the campuses for their continuous involvement throughout the program. I thank our dear students from SISTec as well as from the other institutions who are attending SISTec Headstart 2.0
and making their path for the coming placement drive in the next season. This type of event cannot happen overnight. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated students volunteers. I cannot thank everyone for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. So the sincere thanks to all the new students members of corporate relations who are always ready to take any task related to placement related matters. It is very important to thank admin team without whom no one can think to make any program successful. Thank you, admin team led by Mr. Amit Junarkar, for your hearty support for successful conduct. Thank you everyone for successful conduct.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please have your seats. Should I tell all the students, after having this wonderful, gracious start, having kind words of all the seniors, since we are having a sitting gesture, तो थोड़ा सा हम लोगों के हाथ का रखते होंगे, yes no? So okay, I'm going to tell you some of the tricks as a life coach, master life coach. You need to apply those tricks, and the things will change. Are you ready for that? Yes. Say confirm. Yes. Done? Yes. Are you giving us some down? Yes. So what you require to do is put your fist like this, closer to your chest, and 25 times you will have to do like it. Do it. अरे हंसने जैसा नहीं है, ये आपके साथ साथ आपके आसपास वालों को भी एक्टिव कर देगा, इधर करके देखो। और एक ये समझ के बचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं तो ये हावी कर रहा था। Do it like it. So are you prepared for the thing that we are sitting here for? Can we have an interaction with the corporate? I'm getting some here. One more time. One last time. Plus one time. All right. All right to you both. Thank you.
New beginnings are exciting. They become exciting to us because they offer the promise of hope, the anticipation of change in our lives, and the prospect that our dreams will indeed come true. With this thought in mind, we would like to begin with our second segment.
Wait. Before we go any further, I want all the students to have a big smile on their face and put their hands together because you all are the real champions.
Moving on, the event aims to provide a platform for discussion on emerging opportunities and challenges for businesses with industry leaders. We are very excited to note that this year's conference has some of the most renowned resource personnel and representatives from various regions of the country.
SISTec Headstart, the Industry Academy Forum, witnesses the presence of top technical leads who share their thoughts, experiences, insights with SISTec students and guide them on skilling and training to emerge as future leaders.
With the intention to set this agenda, in its ecosphere to catch a whiff of the technology that is intuitive, powerful, and aligned to the future needs of the workplace. We are here to begin our event. Please give a huge round of applause.
The event will have a total of 7 discussions, out of which 4 will be virtual, called as plenary sessions, and 3 live sessions with our esteemed panelists present over here. After each panel discussion, the students will be given a platform to ask their queries about the industry. So, without any ado, we would like to call upon our moderators for the day, Dr. Manish Bilori sir and Ms. Prachi Srivastava ma'am.
A very good morning to one and all present over here. So allow me to begin this program with our very first plenary session by Mr. Anjul Vyas from Tesla. He's connected directly via California, and a video will be made in front of you. Video please.
Hello everyone, this is Anjul joining from California, US. I'd like to congratulate SISTec for organizing this event Headstart, and I hope it's a great success. And yeah, I've been working for Tesla for the past 2 years as a staff test engineer in the cell development department. And my journey at Tesla has been quite a ride. I've worked with like the coolest people here, the smartest people, and everyone's so driven by the mission of like making this world a better place. As for how I contribute to it is, my team works towards validating all the newer cell and battery technologies and analyzing them from a safety perspective. What it means is basically we try to validate all the cells that go into any Tesla product and look at it in terms of extreme testing, extreme condition testing, where we're trying to find out all the failures or failure mechanisms that could happen and try to mitigate them in early design stages so that we don't see any failures out of the field and make the product as safe as possible. We hold ourselves to a very high bar of safety standards, and by doing this validation testing is how we make sure that all our products are the safest and the best possible. At Tesla, we have a knack for reinventing the wheel. It's quite synonymous with the word innovation, and we are innovating at every front possible. A couple of things that come to my mind is our full self-driving technology, where we are trying to make the car go autopilot, and we don't have to like worry about driving it at all and just like enjoy it journey. The other thing that comes to my mind is our 4680 technology, which is first of its kind, and it's pretty soon will be in like our Tesla products, and the whole industry is following us on that front. And while we do these innovation, we never stop at that. We try to improve on those as well. And in terms of future technologies, we are trying to develop a humanoid robot to do menial tasks and give better utility to your life. We are also always venturing into new cell materials, new cell technologies, trying to improve the process, make the products as cost efficient and cost effective and efficient as possible. And a couple of things that we are bringing up in the next 2 years is expanding our electric vehicle fleet, and we are introducing our own Tesla semi-truck and a Cybertruck. So yeah, definitely keep an eye out for that. And while we do this, and while we are driven by this mission of accelerating the world transition to sustainability, we can't do this alone. Obviously, we need more people to realize that this is needed for our future. And if you guys can relate to that and are driven by the same missions, I would encourage you guys to like reach out, because there are enough roles for everyone and everyone can contribute in their own way.
We are so lucky to have inputs from Mr. Anjul Vyas, who directly connected us from California. Our moderator, Dr. Manish Bilori sir, the principal of SISTec Headstart, a charismatic personality who has got almost 25 years of work experience, a blend of academia and industry at the national and international levels. His overall experience is a synthesis of all elements of the engineering profession. And he is also a mentor for various incubation and startup activities.
Next we have Professor Prachi Srivastava ma'am. She is the Group Head Corporate Relations System. She ensures sound connect between students and prospective employers for providing placement opportunities. She takes care of maintaining industrial connect specific to the faculty specializations of engineering, MBA and pharmacy.
Please give them a huge round of applause.
A very warm welcome to one and all present over here. Manisha, can we call upon the very first panelist of today? Yeah. May I call out the names,
Mr.
please?
G.S. Javed, sir, from Intel. Sir is presently working as a tech lead in Intel Corporations. He is a proud alumni of the Indian Institute of Science, IISc.
Next we have Mr. Ashutosh Jyoti sir from Barclays.
I would request Mr. Swaran Mukherjee sir from Accenture to please come forward. Now, I would like to request Mr. Rupesh Cesaria sir from TCS to please come forward. As a I would request Mr. Deepak Vyas from NIC to please come forward and join the platform.
Our first panel discussion will be focusing on the fundamentals or advanced technology, keeping the perfect balance.
Manisha, I always think about one thing. Whenever we as a professional are living our life and talking about work-life balance, is there any kind of balance which we as students need to focus on?
Yes, very well thought of. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, all our panelists. Dear students, welcome to this panel session, number one, and a very aptly chosen topic, how to keep the balance between fundamentals and advanced technologies, whether any balance has to be kept. Rightly pointed out, Prachi, rightly questioned, and that's what we are here for. So, like this discussion is going to be on how to keep a balance between your fundamentals and advanced technology. Believe me, there has to be a balance, and that's what we are going to discuss. As mentioned by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Honorable Chief Guest, that you have to build nation, but then before that you have to build yourself. That is the first step that you need to take. Build yourself, and then you can think of building the nation, building your society, building the overall engineering fraternity. So, warm welcome to all our panelists. Let's be seated, and let me begin with this straight question from Dr. Javed. And the question is there any balance that needs to be kept between the fundamental understanding of engineering concepts and the advanced technology? That's number one. Number two, of course, this question will be to all dear panelists. If at all this balance has to be kept, then how? Third question that let me put it right away. What should be the steps for this balance? So, for example, learning the fundamentals, understanding the fundamentals, and then building up the advanced technologies around it or over it. So, over to you, Dr. Jana.
Thank you, Dr. Manish. I believe in explaining by example. So let me illustrate this as follows. I come probably to here. So you asked about balance, right? So easiest way to showcase is if you keep your feet up. For how long can you balance yourself? Right? You can change your leg, but still you are up. Like this, your fundamentals are your feet. You need to keep your fundamentals strong to have an absolute balance so that you can stay strong, stay stable, and stay effective for a long time. Then, when you build on top of the foundation, you get the advanced learning. Advanced learning cannot happen without the basic, and basic is what you stand on. Answering the second question is how do you build advanced? It's easy. Once you have your foundations strong, you can learn anything you want. Right? So people who, let me give an analogy of bodybuilders, right? Bodybuilders need to focus on their body first. That is the core. You need to work on your core muscles in your body so that the entire body looks fit. So in this case, the fundamentals are your core. Everything else is the effect you give cosmetic. It later becomes a cosmetic adjustment which you can keep changing or developing for a period of time. But your core has to be strong. Likewise, that's the best way to build it. And how to build it? Two ways. Either you can learn from others' experience or learn from your self-experience. Skill up, you get advanced knowledge. Keep the basic, it will be better to get advanced knowledge in the future. So that's how I think.
Thank you, Ashutosh, for basically all this.
Very good morning, all of you. So my view about fundamentals. I think everyone likes cricket, football, any sports you like. जब भी आप देखते हैं तो इंटरव्यू में फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन रहता है कि आपने कैसे किया if a bowler is taking 5 wickets then anchor will ask आपने कैसे किया then they say I teach the basics. Yeah. So basic fundamental is the best thing you have to learn, you have to enjoy, and you have to keep it in your blood. Like अगर आपके दिमाग सुबह उठ के आपसे कोई पूछता है कि आपको सी प्लस या एनीथिंग कि आपको सी लूप लगाना है और लूप लगाना है तो क्या होना चाहिए? आपको सोते समय जागते समय हमेशा आपको आंसर रेडी रहना चाहिए. इट इज इन योर ब्लड. अगर आपके फंडामेंटल्स आपके ब्लड में आ गए देन यू विल विन. सो दैट इज द आंसर फॉर द फर्स्ट वन. Second one, when I was young, I was in one of your pages. So we have to read books, we have to read magazines to get to know about the technology. But right now you have the best thing, the smartphone. You can learn what is going on in the world and how it is related to basics. So what is the basic principle behind this new technology? You can get to know and then you can learn about the new things, advanced things. So
thank you. Coming to you, Rupesh. Coming from TCS, world-known company, and I have known you for so many years. What do you think? Whether to focus first on the fundamentals or to learn advanced technologies? I would like to know from you one more thing. Getting knowledge of all and just awareness of what's happening in the world. So, is that the right approach? What our students will take?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think Javed and Abhishek has already given you an insight about the fundamentals. But I will take you in those initial days in year 2000, 2003, 2004, when we have only focusing on the IT preliminary age, where the fundamentals on that COBOL, that C++, and the DOS, like this operating system, and we have gradually shifted from that era to the Windows, and then subsequently our transactional system. Then afterward, we have moved to the social media
then now there are artificial intelligence. So this entire paradigm shift came where we have a very strong foundation in the IT, and that IT remains the same, but only the layers which are coming one by one on that side, where nowadays all the youngsters are more attracted to the newer technology, but but you need to keep remember that our fundamentals should be the same what we earlier used to do. And for fundamentals, I think in your colleges, all those curriculum, anyway, you are covering all those parts. But where you are influenced with the different social media, internet, on your smartphone, looking all those things. So only the advice also from that side, because you will get instantly hooked something which you can grasp. But the fundamentals should not be forgotten, because this is the base of our future. Whatever comes in our way, the fundamentals should be the same. So the next question.
How to keep a balance? How to keep this balance which is required?
See, the balance should be in terms of like your regular touch skill after spending so many years in the IT. But we need to undergo every year, every 6 months, lot of training programs. So whatever the new advancements are coming, we need to keep in touch. But at the same time, you should have some kind of understanding about what the earlier technology has given. Because whatever is coming, that is the layer created by now. If I give you the example, earlier people are facing problem in the C++. It's a bit because the 4GL languages are having a lot of challenges. But now it comes to Python, Mega. There are the multiple stacks are creating those. But then if you see the core structure, that somewhere it's your fundamental. So the balance is, if your fundamentals are correct, whatever the stacks comes, you will be easily grasped. It's only nowadays there is a very famous terms, low code, no code. Now if you apply that, that doesn't mean that, because entire thing what you are facilitating for your customer, where whatever they are going to see, and if it is easy for them after you deliver the product, then it is easy for them. There should not be more the vendor dependent things has to come, right? So the low code, no code could be in future for the IT.
One more thing I would like to listen from you, Rupesh. Obviously, it would be a question of many of our students.
Yeah.
So, as they say, that if you are good in the development of logic, if you are good in reading the concepts, you may not be good in real coding. Even then, you are supposed to be a perfect fit for the industry.
Absolutely, absolutely. It should not. Now, it's a small exposure to the programming can also be very easy, because if you see the data science, which is I think anyway it's one of the stream. So in data science nowadays, there are a lot of pre-built analytics and much more things are coming in which requires a very less coding. It's not required that much, because when we are delivering this product to the customer, they don't have any background, but still they are able to do the data visualization, lot of other tools which are coming. So through a very small knowledge of programming can also be, because it's not only the programming and as a software engineer, there are multiple aspects, multiple dimensions in IT, and one of that is, which I always stress upon that part, is the domain knowledge. It should not be only restrict. Things should be on the IT, the technology part or the skill part, but the domain knowledge should also come together, so that in your data science specifically, you guys will, without the small programming knowledge, can
Deepak said, being a scientist from NIC, it is altogether a very different journey of yours. And we do agree, fundamentals does play a vital role in that. Along with, please speak first, how long should we take to this advanced technologies?
So, first of all, very good morning. So it's a very good afternoon to all of you. And just briefly, let me tell you about the kickoff of my journey. Basically, I started from teaching. Then later on, in 2010, I got to work with NIC. So for the last 12 years, I'm working with NIC in the government sector. And NIC, you all, undoubtedly you all must be aware of about NIC. NIC is National Informatics Center. It comes under the umbrella of Ministry of Electronics and IT. And NIC, since last few years, is leading the innovation in the government sectors, basically providing the solutions to the government, be it a state government or central government. So, fortunately, as part of the NIC, I got to work in very different situations. Like firstly, I was posted in a district center where I got to work with the bureaucratic administration, district administration, got to understand what are the scenarios there, the needs and all. And then later on, after 6 to 7 years, I got to work here in Bhopal at headquarters, where I am completely doing these IT and software related activities. So, coming to the question is a fundamental. So, I don't think we want to just put a lot of stress on the fundamentals because from the start of our journey, if you take example of academic journey, we are learning, we have been taught the fundamentals from the beginning, so the schooling from the college or somewhere else. Someone is teaching us or telling us about the fundamentals. We just need to pick up a few of the fundamentals and stick to them, try to follow them. So that ultimately will be the foundation of the forthcoming journey in the corporate, be it in the private sector or be it in the government sector or somewhere else. So the question is that in while you are in the verge of entering the technical world in the industry, you need to know, you would like to hear me from the foundation or the things that need to lay the foundation to get a kick start. So, we would like to hear in the terms of technology, technical terms or something like that. So, if you are going to just first to start your journey, just make a mind or find your interest, you know, whether you are interested in IT or somewhere else like electronics or somewhere, just it is required that we identify our interest. Then only we can proceed our journey in a better way. So, for talking about the IT and software development and all these technical words, you need to just have the basics of your programming. Like we used to say, if you want to be a software developer or programmer or coder, you need to have the basics of C, C++. Okay. So what it does actually, currently we have a number of programming languages, technologies and all those things. But the basics, what we learn in the early stages of our academy will give you the ability to analyze things. Once we develop that analytical ability, we can learn and we can, it is a multi-diverse industry, so you can go everywhere, provided you have your fundamentals right, you have the basics, you learn the basics correctly, then you can build that analytical ability and go to any of the life. So that is, whatever is being taught to you in the academic, just grab the basics, grab the knowledge, grab each and everything, try to grab as much as possible. That will automatically build your foundation. And I guess the second question was maintaining the balance. So balance
actually you will get to know. Currently, you are in your academic sector. The next stage would be your professional career. So you are one of the fortunates that you are getting to learn from our experiences in the corporate industry or government. Earlier, when we were at your places, we do not have to, we did not get the chances to interact with such panel. So definitely, we will try to in our conversation, we will try to tell you something or tell you our experience that how we could manage to establish balance between between the stages of our journey.
Thank you, sir. So, summarizing the discussion of this panel by saying one particular statement: for any point of success to achieve any pathway, you're not supposed to skip any fundamentals, whether it is core engineering or the IT engineering. To follow the path of any road of success, you're supposed to have a fundamental base and then to follow the advanced technology. With this particular statement, I'm opening the forum for Q&A from the student participant. Open to you, students. If you want to ask any questions to the panel members, it is open for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mr. Kumar from SISTec College. Firstly, I'll take a minute to acknowledge the fact that I am here interacting with such a great personalities. I'm very honored, sir. So moving ahead, my question is for Javed, sir. So we have been closely associated with our seniors and heard that India is exceptionally demanding in terms of hiring freshers. Sir, could you please enlighten us that what all technological skills do we need to get into the industry?
That's a great question. Let me give the answer in parts. Now, Intel works at hardware level, software level, artificial intelligence, basics, everything. Each stream or each vertical has a different requirement. But one thing that is common to all is your skill set has to be fundamentally strong. Whether you are from a computer science background or you are from an electrical engineering background or your electronics background, your fundamentals should be correct. Now, what do I mean by fundamentals? Let me break down. The ability to solve a problem given to you, right? For example, it could be write a small snippet of a code, or analyze a proper electronic circuit given to you, or understand what is a DC converter circuit, or understand what is a energy harvesting circuit. Each of these are fundamentally there in your second and third years of this. You should be thorough with these points, because once we know what you are aware of, we can build your foundations based upon what is there in your foundation. You can build it. So the demand that we have right now is for extremely skilled manpower. We do not want people who are having a degree. Having a degree is a primary aspect, but having the right skill that you can enter along with the industry is important. And we just had a glimpse of the entire 4-year period what training that we go through, and that training schedule is, I think, well suited for what industry wants in various phases. So it would be kind enough if you please follow through with diligence, with having a good focus on learning whatever is taught. And next, what we have asked in the industry is apply your knowledge, because end of the day, you are not going to blindly follow something. You are expected to solve a problem knowing what you know. And if you need to solve a problem, there is some missing gap, that the industry is willing to train. Like sir was telling that you will go to, even us at this stage in the career, we have quarterly trainings, half-yearly trainings for us to learn what we do not know. So you will be continuously learning, and you will be continuously learning that tool to solve a problem. End of the day, an engineer is a person who tries to solve a problem. So be that, and I think every company will like to have. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you, sir. It was very helpful.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Shika Ankar from Electronics and Communication Department at SISTec. My question is for Ashutosh, sir. Sir, on the road of technologies development, could you please highlight the skill set required if an engineer wants to opt for the banking or investment sector?
Okay. So to raise your or to build your career in the banking sector, banking and finance, so you should be aware about the banking terms. Your domain knowledge should be must. Plus, your technical knowledge is also required here. So, in terms of banking terms, you can read the. I think there is a section in the Times of India. They provide the detail about that stock market and other financial institutions, FDIs and all. So you can learn that and then get to know about the banking and financing terms and terminologies. So that is the first thing which you have to learn. Apart from that, if you are going through a recruitment process or if you are applying for an interview for any company, then they don't they don't want you to be the means expert in the banking and finance. They want what you are aware about. So we will check if you are waiting for an interview for a purchase, then I will check what you have learned. Have you learned it honestly or not? So the very I will check means the very first thing an interviewer what they do, they check the resume, the curriculum data, right? The specific area which you have given, yeah, you know this, and then I will put the question based on your specification, the details which you have mentioned. So you should be thorough with your details, with your technology, the learnings which you have gained in your institution. So that is the first thing, and that will definitely give you that place or path to reach to any organization, any banking sector. I hope this answers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir and ma'am. I'm Dawson Gupta from Electronics and Communication Department, SISTec. So my question is to Mr. Deepak Vyas, sir. So how long would it take in the adaptability of 5G? Could you please make us understand?
Please just repeat your question for me.
So how long would it take in the adaptability of 5G? Could you please make us understand?
5G. Okay. Okay. So just take a look at the say in the IT industry. If you try to analyze it, you will find that communication is in the core of this shift, basically. Because if we recall some earlier days, like when I have just finished my college days. So smartphones were not like that much popular or not came into existence. So as this transition has begun, the core IT or you can say the communication technology is in the core of that journey of the smart devices and be it a technology shift or the new this word smarter came into existence. Okay. So currently 4G and obviously future will be the 5G. So we just not only to wait for the 5G to get into existence, but obviously we should also find our role in that scenario. Okay. So then maybe in the last few years we will be experiencing the 4G technology, 5G technology, and the communication, the faster and gigabit communication. I, as a part of that, can obviously see the benefits of the 5G because I'm in the district center where the times when you need to wait on a mobile to watch a video, buffering and all that. And we were setting in premises where we have gigabit lane. Okay. So, and we just experienced, had an experience where we click and the page loads and all these contents are readily available. But for the outer world, apart from our campus, people are just having experience in the low bandwidth and all these things. Okay? At that time, we were fortunate that we had the fiber or gigabit lane and we were experienced. So I can definitely say when 5G will be completely in the existence, we will be having a new experience, better experience, and definitely we will be having new roles and new world of opportunities in the 5G domain. Okay, anything else?
Thank you, sir.
So I would like to thank you, our very first panel, and taking the program forward by a plenary session by Mahindra & Mahindra. So thank you for joining us.
Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, sir. Just a couple of minutes more.
No worries, no worries. I'm okay. Take it back, take it. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Okay.
Yeah, so good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, everyone. Sir, as I mentioned, that this is an event known as Headstart, and this is the second version of Headstart. We are into the second year of organizing this Headstart. The basic and the very simple motive of this event is to have a direct dialogue between the industry stalwarts and the students. Particularly, the students that you are seeing on your screen are the students from third year engineering. And not only from SISTec, but the other students have also been invited from institutes in Bhopal and outside of Bhopal. And students, let me give you a brief introduction of who are we seeing here. Mr. Pankaj Tunalkar is the Chief of Electric Vehicle Division of Mahindra & Mahindra, the man who is responsible, who is accountable, and who is leading the electric vehicle journey of Mahindra & Mahindra. Not only this, sir, please allow me to also reveal that Mr. Tunalkar has been my mentor for more than 2 decades, if I remember correctly. I was a quality control engineer, sir, and you were heading the quality control department at SISTec the earlier Hindustan Motors Limited. I don't remember how many visits did I pay to your office while taking a gate pass from my organization. I used to work with Honda those days, and I used to take a gate pass for permission to meet you, and of course to take a lot of insights. So, sir, to begin with, could you please briefly explain what is the role you are into and what exactly Mahindra & Mahindra is doing for electric vehicle up till now?
Okay, first of all, thank you, Manish. You always keep doing good initiatives for the academic and the students. For many years, I know you. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I also thank the institute and the distinguished faculty, the dignitaries, and all the wonderful young students who are there today on a Saturday afternoon. Manish is a good friend, and so thank you, Manish, for all the good words you said about me. I moved a lot of disciplines. I was fortunate enough to move from engineering to quality to production to business to the leadership roles, and my last 4-5 years is in the technology sphere. So I was heading the emission BS6 for Mahindra for 2 years. So we are all diesel and gasoline vehicles which you see on the road today. They have to be upgraded to the technology. So, and then I was for short brief into the 4th joint venture of Mahindra as Chief Operating Officer, and last 2 years I am heading the Electric Technology Center, which is the currently everyone talks about it, and it's kind of future of automotive, so to say. So, it's a very new domain, and lot of ambitions, lot of resources, lot of ambitious plans we are very chopped out, and we are very aggressively working on. So I can talk on technology, Manish, if you want. I can talk on what industry looks from the fresh students. So choice is yours. You tell me what should I start?
Sir, to summarize and to be very open to you, that here we have gathered just to know from you what is that which is of interest from our perspective. So the main question to you, sir, is to know how should one student, particularly in the third year of engineering, prepare if he or she wishes to be part of the electric vehicle drive of the nation and the world, of course.
Excellent. Yeah, good. So that's what I also thought. So what I will do is I will first talk about the little general thing, maybe about country, how the country is, in what state of country, and why I would say that you all students are the most, the luckiest human beings right now which I can see. If you are in a country like India at this age, I think sky is the limit. And this will only get limited by your efforts and your vision and your ambition. Otherwise, the roads are fully open. We are not only poised to grow as a country, but we are also poised to grow in technology field. And 10 years back, 15 years back, we were doing very superficial work, and most of the technology was coming from the West. But the equation has completely reversed now. So we are doing a very deep work, and at a very competitive cost and at very high speed. There is nothing which you can't bring. You can bring and you can achieve. But there is only one challenge there, and the challenge is that it needs a lot of hard work, and it needs absolutely best in the class. For any mediocre work, there is no best. And there is a huge difference between the top class work and the number 2 kind of work. So to say, the winners gets it all. You know, the competition is fierce, and we are competing at a global scale. But nothing to worry about. I think our fundamental, our education system is very robust, so to say. And it really grinds students much harder than what they go to the grind in the Western countries. So we, in a way, are better prepared. There are some gaps, and perhaps I will talk about it. So definitely our education system also has a lot of improvement points, and then perhaps a few of that I can talk about it, though I am not expert in the field. So let me first start with the general thing, that what as a student you should do. And what kind of subjects you should study and how you should study. First of all, the technology, the digitalization, the computers are the must. So if you are in any field, if you are also in a non-computer field, you need to understand that you will have to use computer and technology big way, even in your functional domain. So your expertise has to be there. I mean, like, you must understand C programming, coding, how you can apply it for your domain. Even if you are in a physics or a chemistry or a biology, but you should know how to use technology to get the outstanding results in your functional domain. So if you are not very conscious of it, if you are not good at it, or if you feel it's not my field, please change your mindset and start learning about it, because that will help you a lot. So that's a point number 1. Point number 2 is that networking is extremely important. So in today's world, the social media is very, very active, but don't only use social media for social things. Use it for your technical and professional things. So there are excellent platforms, excellent groups, and the world-class information and knowledge is available to you. You must develop your groups. You must learn whatever you want to learn in whichever subject you have to learn, because networking is a big thing. Networking is basically a key success factor, so to say. So that's number two. Now, when it comes to your own subject, so when I was studying, and I think the things have not changed from that perspective much more, that you always attempt to score marks and you try to kind of solve the problems which are either comes in the exams or which will fetch you the marks. I think that approach doesn't help much. And that approach definitely you need, because marks are important and you need to score there. But my suggestion would be that look at the conceptual clarity and conceptual understanding of the function or the domain. That is extremely important, and that's where the Western education scores better. They don't push their students very hard, though nowadays they do also push. But you have to understand the concept, and you have to try to solve the problems which may not have the one answer, but which will make you think deeper, which will get you clarity of fundamental principles very clear. Because in the real world when you go, that's a kind of a habit you need to build. So you should have absolutely clarity about the fundamental principles of your subject, and you should know how to find your answer, so that in this ocean of knowledge, what to pick, how to pick, what is the correct thing, and how can you connect the dots. I think that is very important, and that is a practice. It is not that anyone is born, and I'm sure all the students who are so-called very talented and intelligent, they will not like what I'm going to speak now. But unfortunately, till today, any DNA study has not shown that there is any gene or talent. Though we say that this boy is very talented, this girl is very talented, but unfortunately there is no scientific study which supports that kind of logic. All scientific studies supports the logic that what happens after the birth is more important than what happened at the time of the birth. Right? So your practice and your deliberate practice, you can crack anything in the world, absolutely anything in the world. Last 1.5 years, 2 years, I almost studied electronics and software like a student like you. And because it was very important, when I moved I'm a mechanical engineer for a number of years. I don't need to look at the detail. It just comes to me, because I worked more than 35 years in the university. And suddenly my leadership asked me to take care of the electric vehicle project. And I was completely unknown to the domain, because it talks about the embedded system, it is about software, it is about the CAN network. And I studied like you. Not that I was asked to solve the problem, but even if you have to take a decision at the leadership level where you have a very competent team to work with you, in order to understand the complexity of the problem, you need to understand the concept behind. Because if you don't understand the concept, you don't understand the complexity. So whatever you practice, whatever you do the deliberate practice from today, you can develop that skill set. And trust me, I will touch on the technology, digital and electric. We are not getting the manpower, and this situation is going to go another 5 years easily. And it is not only India, but it is also the global problem. You are not getting a people who are having a good experience, good conceptual clarity, and the experience and the knowledge of electric vehicle domain. And I will touch on some of the domains in that. But this is almost the situation in most of the fields. It is not about the electric vehicle, because the growth is going to come and is already there. So it's a huge. So that is what I feel that should be your style. I don't know how many hours you are studying, but you need to study hard. You need to study hard, and I don't want to put any number to it, but guys, listen this. This is a, if you sacrifice for your short-term comfort, you will lose out on the long term. And I could not figure out any shortcut of a hard work till today. You can very clearly see the people who have conceptual clarity, who have ability to solve the complex problem. They have practiced it, they have trained their brain. If they are working 12 hours a day, 20 hours a day, you cannot beat them. You just cannot beat them. Your origin, your caste, your creed, which village you belong to, just doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter. I mean, you are, and how you dress up, it doesn't matter. How you talk, it doesn't matter. How you communicate, it doesn't matter. How is your integrity, it matters. But rest of things. Okay, so that is very important. Even in third year, maybe you will have 1 or 2 more years. This is always said here, college ka to aakhri ke saal hai, let's enjoy. But I think that is a very wrong priority, guys, because world is going very fast. You have tremendous opportunity, but opportunity also brings a lot of responsibility and a lot of expectations from the industry. We will train you, we will give all the opportunities, but we will demand, and there will not be any handholding. Like you will be given all the tools to play, but at the end of the day, it's your game, and your work to deliver on the table. So that is another extremely important point to my mind. The third point is what I was talking about, the technology and the digital. I think that there are a lot of digital tools which you should be very, very clear and acquainted. Like mechanical engineer has different sets of tools, electrical engineering will have different sets of tools. Basically, the software which can solve your problems. So you should practice that, and you should practice as much as possible, and among your team, among your group, which will definitely help you. You don't need to worry about all the subjects equally. You can develop the functional domain in 1 or 2 subjects, and we call this as a T brain. The T means you have one horizontal line and one T vertical line. So what is expected is in the industry today is that the guy or girl will have deep knowledge of 1 or 2 subjects, but he will have some good amount of knowledge of all the subjects so that he can put the things together. So he can have a larger perspective. He can put the dots together that where all these things will fit into the larger game. But you are not expected to answer very deep questions from all the subjects. You can pick and choose the subject depending on your choice, but the subject you should choose should have a good conceptual clarity. Because you will always end up interacting with the people in the industry who have gone through the grind, and they will have tremendous clarity of conceptually about the subject. So that is definitely expected. Industry is also very high or encourages the creativity and innovation. So any creative idea, any innovative idea, if your nature is the little bit more risk taking, if your nature is more of a experimenting, it helps you a lot. But that also needs a lot of insighting. I mean, you just can't superficially behave that you are very creative and do nothing about it. You are also expected to work hard because as they say, innovation is more of a perspiration rather than inspiration. You have to literally work hard to make your innovation successful, because there is a subtle difference between invention and the innovation. The invention can be a great idea, but innovation is the commercial application of that idea. And industry is all about commercial application. Industry is very much about the business, very much about the value for the customer, and very much about what money we get against the value we offer to the customer, and what brand we get. So it is a very ruthless equation, and that's where it helps. That's where it helps. So these are the few important points to my mind. Industry is looking forward to. Another thing, the sharpness of the brain. The sharpness of the brain is extremely important, and that again comes to the practice. So my suggestion is, if you guys are anywhere preparing for some of the GRAs or CAT or GMAT, you will be doing some kind of a quantitative analysis and all. But my suggestion is that keep exercising your brain through either your functional, insightful problems, not copy paste, not go to the Google copy paste and complete the assignment. That's not going to help you at all. But if you really put exercise your brain, even if you don't get the solution right, the trouble of going through that thinking process is extremely important. And that is very important. Please focus on those things. And the last point from my side, the communication is extremely important. I don't know whether you have heard about the elevator speech or not, but that's a very famous management jargon. And that basically means that if you are meeting some person who can fund your project in an elevator in the lift, and he is with you for 15 seconds. So in that 15 seconds, what you will speak about your project that he will be ready to give you another 1 hour list. That means you should practice to communicate your point very well. You should practice that if you have an idea, how do you put it forward. If you are in a group, how you behave like a team player, but also you have a individual opinion which makes value. And all these things I am telling you because you have to practice now, you have time, and if you practice it well, I think you can really polish your skill, which will make you a much better student when you come out, and you will have a lot of opportunities. I am very bullish on the future. I'm very bullish on the country. I think we have moved a great forward. Country is bubbling, technology is bubbling. The whole world is coming here to either give the projects or take our people. And in India, all industries are spending tremendous amount of money and resources for the technology. Now, quickly, last couple of seconds about Mahindra. As you guys know, we have a huge ambition. We are spending more than 1,500 to 3,500 crores into electric vehicle. You will see a lot of platforms coming in the country. The first vehicle you might see somewhere in the first quarter of next year, and then every 1.5 year, 2 years, the very outstanding products will follow. We are spending a lot of money in engineering, we are spending a lot of money in technology, in equipment, and so is the others. So, and that's what I'm saying that you're very lucky that you're at the right place, but only being at the right place and being lucky will not help unless until you really utilize that opportunity to go to the field. And it is not easy, it is very difficult, and my simple check is that if you are comfortable, if you are sleeping well, if you don't have pressure, something is horribly wrong. I think then you are not doing your job, and you will win job. You will win that. So you can't sleep right. You have to get up early or sleep late night, and you have to literally stop to make sure that you are on the top of the pack. And then the world is yours. So with this, thank you very much. Any questions, Maniji?
Yes, sir. So we can spare some couple of minutes more. We can have a huge round of applause. And if you allow, we can have a couple of questions from the audience.
I think there is a gentleman.
Sir, my question is that nowadays everyone talk about smart work, but how I can implement in as a student life?
I'm not able to hear the question. Can you repeat, please?
Yes, sir. I will repeat for him.
Yes, sir. My question is that everyone talk about smart work. So,
everyone is talking about small work. Is that
smart work?
Just hold on.
Okay.
Yes, Kumar.
Sir, the student is Ritesh, and his question is that everybody talks about smart work. So how to be smart and how to do smart work?
Oh, okay. Oh, this is the most favorite answer of students. Whenever I ask them in a casual talk that are you a hardworking kind of a guy, so they don't say I'm a hardworking. They say I'm a smart one. and then I ask you what is that smart work, and they will answer me, but I will answer you what is the smart work. Okay? See, the point is that what exactly you are trying to do in that particular time. So you have to say end in the mind. So suppose if you are studying for 1 hour and you keep working on something which you already know or which you are already comfortable with, that's not going to help you. So there is a word called deliberate practice. The deliberate practice means you have to practice successively for the difficult portions or difficult tasks. And if you use that time for that particular kind of a method, then you will really call it as a smart work. Otherwise, what will happen is that you will work for 2 hours, but you will gain nothing. So you have to be very, very end focused. You can structure your hour, you can structure your half an hour, you can structure your 2 hours. But you must have a goal in mind. And accordingly, you should do what is required to be done. And you end up in your year, I mean, we all human, right? You will keep doing a thing which you like. You will keep doing things which you are comfortable with. But that's not a smart work. That you might end up working a full night for something which you are very comfortable or you are very strong. You need to work on something which is required for the mission of that day, the goal of that day. And that is a smart work. It might call for talking to 5 people across the globe on your subject. So you have to take that pain to approach them, to find it out and figure it out and get those insights which will make you go next level in your mission. That is smart work. So that is my definition. It could be multiple ways, but I think that is my definition, and I sometimes I succeed, sometimes I don't.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's a question from Mr. Shaheen, who is our trainer. So let me tell you that apart from the university recommended curriculum, sir, you would like to know that we are conducting training classes. We have an entirely professionally trained curriculum for training sessions. We have trainers like Shaheen, and she would like to ask one question.
Oh, very good. Very nice.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you so much. So my question to you is that my mechanical engineering students on their behalf are actually asking the question that which kind of software shall they work upon when they are working for coming into the industry technology? Like mechanical students, which kind of software shall they work upon?
So there are multiple things in mechanical, right? Right from a CAE to CAD to all those things. But I would suggest looking into the future. The mechanical people should work on the MathWorks. There is a software called MathWorks. It basically talks about the modeling of systems. And you can create a very complicated systems through the computer and analyze it. So there are 2 sub softwares in that. There's one called Simulink. So MathWorks, if you Google it, you will know there's a lot of communication to MathWorks. I would strongly suggest to the mechanical engineers that they must know C programming. They must have a fairly good idea of embedded electronics. And so they must understand how this embedded work works, how the C programming works, because future is not mechanical alone. The future is full of integrated with electronics, software, and everything. So if you have not put that process, please put that. It is very different thought process, but they are not difficult ones. They are, but they should go in that. So I think these are the 2-3 things I would really recommend you to put into that. You can create a lot of projects for the students, which for the mechanical students which are cross-functional, which needs all these technology inputs. Say the electric car is like one example of it. And I am a mechanical guy. Many mechanical friends do not like it, but if you can't have some proficiency in electronics and the programming, it's difficult. It's going to be difficult. But if you have that, you have a tremendous edge. Because now you end of the day, what is going to happen with the real life is mechanical. The car is going to run, the brake has to get applied, the accident has to happen, but the means of doing that are completely changed. So the cross-functional knowledge is almost important.
Thanks a lot, sir. And thanks for sparing your valuable time for us, sir. And joining me to thank you is our galaxy of academic leaders, our director of Sagar Group of Institutions, principal of engineering.
Thank you very much.
Engineering College, and a galaxy of leaders from the industry, sir. We have people from Microsoft, Jindal Steels, Intel. So these are the ones who have actually come down to Bhopal to be our guests for Headstart. And thanks for your virtual presence, sir. I'm highly
Thank you very much. Really my compliments to you, and I want to talk to so many dignitaries. All the best to wonderful guys. Really, keep rocking, keep working hard and smart. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We should be very proud of ourselves that we are part of an institute where we are getting the opportunity to connect with such high technical leaders. As our first panel discussion was very informative, where we were told to stick to a few fundamentals that would help us build the foundation. With this thought, we would surely agree that we will follow what you have shared with us.
Proceeding further for our second panel discussion for the day.
There is always light, if only we are brave enough to see it. If only we are brave enough to do it. You are braver than you believe, and stronger than you seem, smarter than you think. And with this thought, let's move ahead towards our second panel discussion.
We would like to call upon the set of panelists for our second panel discussion. I would like to invite Mr. Veradi sir from Microsoft. Please give them a huge round of applause. We have Ms. Savya Sudhana ma'am from SENS. Mr. Chitransh Kuwar sir from Deloitte. Mr. Nishkash Mehra sir from PwC. Please give them a huge round of applause.
Over to our moderators. The topic of this panel discussion is Making My Story, where we will hear our speakers speaking about their story of how they reached to a successful path.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. So, is this interesting topic? Are you all interested to make your story? Panel members, how about this topic? Is it okay? So, these are the stories sitting in the front row. Next stories sitting in the subsequent rows. But then if you are in the crowd, if you are part of the student fraternity, I think definitely you must think about, rather plan about making your story. And this is the topic of our discussion. Welcome Prahlad, Nishkash, Sabiha,
and Chitransh.
So welcome, and let us begin with you, Chitransh. How has been your story? What's your story? So if you can, in a minute, you can explain this to us. It will help us taking the process forward.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. First of all, am I audible to the last row of the auditorium? Can somebody intro? Okay. So, yeah, this is Chitransh Vagmare. I work as a consultant at Deloitte, and I generally work in a very niche area. I'm not sure if anyone, or if most of you are like very known term. It's something which is called technical writing. So technical writing consultant at Deloitte. And what we generally do is like we create some technical content and we also support some technical proposals that we share with our clients, right? So that's precisely the profile with Deloitte. One of the things that I find particularly intriguing with this session and generally what's the general principle from my life is, you need to work with full stack with everything at the first of your career, at the start of your career, right? It's like, you prepare a particular dish or particular recipe for yourself, but before that you taste all the ingredients, right? And pick the ingredient of your choice and make a recipe. So that's how we go about with life, right? You need to taste all the ingredients that you have on your plate and get a recipe for yourself of your liking, right? So, for example, when I talk about writing, I had a knack for writing, for example, right? I started with a technical profile, but I had a knack for writing. I eventually came to know that there is actually a profile for technical writing, right? So that's how if you keep your ears and eyes open, some sweet coincidences happen with you, right? So that's I think it would be a good starting point to end off the session. Thanks.
Thank you, Prakash. Coming to you, brother. So big round of applause for SISTec alumni Prahlad Bairagi. Yeah, big round of applause. This is like a home to you. So let me go back to your college days. Did you plan to make your story? Did you visualize? Did you have some kind of dreams of your story? And then eventually were you able to make your story?
So initially जब मैं कॉलेज में था तो मेरा कोई ऐसा ड्रीम नहीं था कि मेरी कोई ड्रीम कंपनी होगी जिसका मैं पार्ट बनने जा रहा हूँ, मैं पार्ट बनने वाला हूँ। सिर्फ उस टाइम मेरा ये मोटिव था कि मैं किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में एंटर करूँ, उसके बाद मैं अपनी स्टोरी को देखूँगा। सो कॉलेज में जब मेरा मेजर प्रोजेक्ट हुआ था तो उससे इट्स लाइक जस्ट कॉपी ऑफ फेसबुक PHP SQL बेस्ड जो प्रोजेक्ट था हमारा, तो ऐसा नहीं था कि मैं भेड़ चाल चल रहा हूँ ऑनलाइन, मैंने कहीं से कोड डाउनलोड कर लिया और प्रोजेक्ट बना के फाइल बना दी, सबमिट कर दी, मेरा काम हो गया। इनिशियली मैंने 3 मंथ्स दिए उस प्रोजेक्ट को, टेलीग्रुप नाम से मैंने प्रोजेक्ट बनाया था, जस्ट रेप्लिका ऑफ फेसबुक। उसके बाद जब मैंने सोल्यूशन IT सर्विसेज ज्वाइन करी, आई वर्क 6 years फॉर सोल्यूशन, ओके, एंड in college days I was just afraid from C# technology, and later on that I was not aware that I will be the part of C# as an expert. But as of now I can say after working in the solution, they give me such a chance to prove myself. I have learned so many things there in the solution itself. That was a small company. I can't say that is a very big 4 company, such kind of that. But after joining the solution IT services, I found that there are so many technologies where we can work on that. Like I have started with JavaScript, okay, and later on that I moved to C#. Then I worked on AngularJS, MVC, Dynamic CRM, and many more things. I have already developed some mobile applications as well. So like for mobile application, we know that we definitely need to know such kind of technologies like Android. For Apple iPhone application, we need to create the iOS technology. But somehow both the technologies I was not aware from that. So what I have done, I have just Googled it, how we can develop such kind of application which can work on all 3 platforms. So I have come up with the some idea that's called hybrid. I worked on using Cordova IoT, and I have developed one mobile application that works on all 3 platforms, Android, iPhone, and that time Windows was also there. So later on that, like after completing 6 years in solution, I found that I need to move to such kind of organization where I can be a part of जो कहते हैं ना कि मतलब भीड़ में पहचान नहीं, भीड़ का हिस्सा नहीं बनना, भीड़ की पहचान बनना है। तो after that I joined Cognizant, and for 1.5 years I worked with Cognizant, And after, like, when I was leading the cognizant, the whole team members and the project members were just trying to hold me back to the same company because they know that how I am capable, how I'm doing the work there. They want to hold me there. That's how I got the offer from Microsoft. So I never ever thought that I have the dream that I would be a part of Microsoft. So I joined Microsoft, and after that I found there are so many things were there. The culture in the Microsoft is very different from all of the other companies. The facilities provided by Microsoft, which are like world class, or we can say the best in the industry. So that was my journey, and I have still thinking that this is not the stop. I still want to learn. जब तक हम सीखना चाहेंगे, सीखने की चाहत होगी, हमें सीखना होगा. अगर हम रुक जाएंगे तो हम आगे कभी नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे. तो हमें सीखते रहना पड़ेगा. और इसके अलावा जब मैं सोल्यूशन में था, कॉलेज की अगर हम बात करें तो मुझे नहीं पता अभी जो इवेंट में डिबगिंग कॉम्पिटिशन करके हुआ करता था उसमें कभी होता है. तो एट द टाइम इन द कॉलेज आई वाज लाइक फॉर कंटिन्यूअस 3 years I was the first winner for the debugging competition in the group 3 times. After that, in Solution as well, I was continuously for 4 times. I was rewarded with some kind of awards, like Rising Star of the Year. That was the first award for me as in the organization. After that, Customer Delight, then Star Performer of the Year, then Customer Delight again. And in Cognizant, I was also been rewarded from the one big organization that was from UAE, that is Etihad Airways. They recognized me with the great work and they have awarded me. And in here with the Microsoft, I'm still planning to accept such kind of awards. I'm continuously looking for that here in the Microsoft as well. And I will become definitely will achieve some kind of awards here as well. So मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि हमें कभी भी रुकना नहीं है, सीखते रहना है. सपने वो नहीं होते जो हम नींद में देखते हैं, सपने वो होते हैं जो हम सोने में देखते हैं. Thank you so much.
Every time, whenever we are making any of our story, when we relate it to success, some starts at the early stage, some starts at the later stage. So, earlier and sooner, you start your journey, but don't be late in making it. Whenever you get thought to be a technology man, to a dream company, or to a business entity, or to in the research, it is very important to take these learnings ahead and make your own story. So, in continuation with the conversation, requesting Nishkash to proceed.
Right, am I audible back there? I don't hear you guys. I know we are very close and fast approaching to the lunchtime, so I will not take much of your time. There have been a lot of sessions, a lot of learning, so I'm sure, I was a student back then, it has not been much time. Graduated from RGPV only, it's been, I think 7 years to now, till I last had one such forums. So, on the other side of it, and absolutely it is understandable how difficult it is to, when you're a student, graduate in a third year on a Saturday, starting at 9 o'clock, at that time people were supposed to arrive. So I'm assured that you guys were asked to come in at 8 o'clock. So it's a different day for all of you. I understand, and we're approaching lunchtime, so won't take much of your time again. Never thought of it, honestly speaking, to come on this side of the podium so early. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate the team Sagar to have us. And this also shows the mindset of an institute. When we were studying back then, we did not have that opportunity to understand. It's more about being curious. I never knew back when I was studying engineering that there's a firm called PwC, because it was then at that instance or a Deloitte or a EY or a KPMG or a Big Four, because they were more associated with accounting and accounting works and more likely to financial professionals. But yeah, I think this is again a forum where I feel that first I'd like to congratulate the team, because this would incite curiosity. You would definitely as a student would want to know what a firm like PwC or a Deloitte does. What is the work that they do? Is it actually even relevant to what we're studying, or maybe is it something different? So as a mechanical engineer by profession, when I started doing it, trust me, till today, till date, I have no applicability of mechanical engineering in my life. I have never applied one principle or one subject that I studied, but something that I did in those 4 years was I got into the, like we've been hearing this word around, is the neck of problem solving. So I the worst engineer that anybody would ever feel that it would be, but I think the most resilient years of my life, because it teaches you dedication, it teaches you hard work, it teaches you to work on timelines, it teaches you how you can manage your time. I think that's what I would always credit engineering for in my life. And all of us would have a different story. Mine would be different. You heard a different story from one of my fellow panelists who was talking about how his engineering has helped him grow excel in years. So everybody sitting, all of you in this room would have a different story. You would have your own story. Mine would not be applicable to you or not anybody else's would be. But there are a few things which you'll find are very common in the stories that you would always hear, which when given a chance are being told, is that there are certain elements that will always be there. And this, like we heard in the last session by a colleague from Mahindra, is that there is no shortcut to hard work, there is no shortcut to problem solving. And we always want to find that way, but it would always take us to a very, very short run. And won't probably help us in the longer run. So as students, I went there, and when we were sitting on that side of the table, and hello. So as students, जब हम लोग उस तरफ होते हैं बैठते हैं, we don't realize it. But the moment we start entering into an atmosphere which is competitive, which requires right set of delivery, there is a work that is tangible, and I think Chairman was also talking about it. We realize how important these values are. We don't understand how hard work would change because this is where the journey would begin when you get into an industry or maybe in any cooperative, but then you would then realize your new set of dreams, because that is something that you don't know till the time you enter into a cooperative. So you start as a consultant, you might want to become a partner in another 10 years or 15 years. But you don't know what that journey is, what that spectrum is, unless you don't get into an industry. And then your goals would change every year, every 2 years, every 3 years, because you're exposed to a better world. But the way that you are, fundamentally as an individual in terms of doing your hard work, practicing what is right, integrity is again, in the current stream of world, a very important subject, which we doesn't much talk about, but yes, it is something which is always looked up by people who work with you, your colleagues who guide you, managers, or any other people who you work with. Integrity again is another area. So, but yeah, this side, I think everybody has their own story to write, and I'm sure there are stories here. Mine might not be applicable to you. Anybody else's story is not similar to the other story that you would hear. But there are certain fundamentals that we need to take care while we are going forward. So with that, I'm just closing off. Thank you so much for having me.
So as I earlier said, that you are reading your stories in those particular brackets. It could be business, it could be research, it could be anything. So now we are in a very different story from Mr. Vira.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I come from a slightly different background compared to everybody else who have heard today. I come from academia actually. I come from Indian Institute of Science. How many of you have heard about this institute? Very few, understandably. IISc is called the best kept secret of India, right? So it's actually the #1 university of India, top university of India. And I work there. I've been working there for the past 13 years. I started my career at IISc. Okay, I was, in fact, when I started my career, even I did not know what IISc was, to be honest. And I just ended some interview and just got through. It was luck, I would say. But yeah, I would like to walk you through what happened during this 13 years, right? So I was a diploma graduate, not even an engineer to begin with. I was a technician when I joined IISc. Okay? And I worked with this department called Center for Nanoscience and Engineering. Okay, if any of you have been following the technology news lately, you would know the current buzzword is about semiconductors and especially bringing semiconductor manufacturing industries to India, right? So I work at the forefront of that in the research domain. So we have this center where we work on primary research of various kinds of living devices. And our department is widely interdisciplinary. When I think a lot of people before me also spoke about how it is very important that you do not focus entirely on your own area of research, right? It is more lateral, it's going more lateral, right? So after 13 years now, I at this point am learning basics of photonics, optics, mechanical, microbiology. I'm learning about medical diagnostics technology, diagnostic technology. Just because it's so what I'm working on is sort of a platform on which most of your devices can be fabricated, right? Nanotechnology essentially is miniaturization, and you can miniaturize anything. Right? So you have your sensors, which might be mechanical, which might be optical, which might be biosensors, right? There are gas sensors, host of sensors, right? And there are in many of your phone, in fact, if you open up your phone, you will find around 35 different sensors, right? Each of the sensor at this point might be imported from somewhere, but we have our government in fact has made a roadmap for us so that at least let's manufacture as much as possible in India, and if not manufacture, get the chips and then package it. And whatever possible, try to make it in India, especially with display technology and with packaging. There's a huge push that is going on. Right? So I work in an educational institute where the mandate to us is to train manpower to be ready when this happens, when this starts happening in India. Like we get mandates from the government saying we need a manpower of few thousand, say we need 50,000 technicians by the end of 5 years who know some basic amount of nanotech and fabrication and nanotechnology. So again, nanotechnology is not something that is taught basically, right? Not in engineering, probably not in any of the master's courses also. You might find DNSI because that was what was relevant in the past decade, but in the next coming few years, nanotechnology is having various job opportunities. It used to be only abroad to begin with, but now with the current, the programs that the government is doing, there's a lot of push for bringing manufacturing to India also. And in fact, we have, I think, 2 facts at least I know which are already there. Right? We have Vedanta, we have Fairchild from India. So we're thinking of setting up the facilities here. So somewhere down the line, say 8 or 10 years, you will have a lot of semiconductor jobs in India, right? So I started from a diploma background. I was a technician. I would operate the tools that are used in this fabrication technology. Right? We have something called thin films, where we, whatever materials that we use, very thin films of these materials can be deposited on different substrate, and that's what I started my career as. Right? Later we grew and then started working various different such tools and expanded our expertise. And then, of course, there was simultaneous growth in terms of education as well as profession. Then became an equipment technologist and a facility technologist and senior facility technologist. And currently, I'm a technology manager. So what happens is our department gets various of these projects from several industries, academia as well as strategic sectors, right? If, say for example, you're launching a satellite, there are thousands of components that go inside the satellite, but most of these very sophisticated components are still imported, right? We do not make them in India, as people before me were mentioning. Technology was all from abroad, but now we are trying to develop these technologies here in our department. And it's not limited to ISC or our department alone. Our center is open for the entire India. In fact, not only India, even abroad. Right? If you have a very good project, which you know that you have proven it on an analytical system, say you simulated it and it is giving a very good result, you can bring it to us. We will fabricate it for you. We will characterize it. We will package it. We can go even up to the point of prototyping. So we handle hundreds of projects every year on this particular system, and I manage all these projects for our center, right? So the only thing that I would say is there are a lot of people who say they did not apply anything that they learned at the college. I apply each and everything and more, right? Even to this day, after 13 years, I still learn every single day, and I learn totally, of course, to the depth also, but also expand, like not only your domain, right? Try to learn all the other domains. It will help you someday or the other. And one closing remark was, there are big organizations where you can join, have a really good package, really good life, and then work on a focus area for your very good part of your career, for a very long part of your career. There is another side to it where you can join a smaller organization. Like the organization that I come from has hardly 200 people, right? But since you are in a very small organization, you get to learn not only what you are doing, but end to end, right from the beginning to the end, what happens, including finances, including operations, including tech, of course, technical, right? So you get to learn everything end to end, and that is some skill that you do not get to acquire as much in a bigger industry. If I'm right, probably people from bigger industries can comment about it, but this is exposure and it is very important, I feel, in the initial phases of your career. This will give you a very good overview, and then whatever is your strength, whatever is your strong point, you can always polish it and then take your career forward in that domain, right? In fact, I am a very introvert and absolutely not public speaking person, right? But I'm strong technically. I'm very strong technically. But then you grow even there, right? You are forced to come in front of people and then start talking, right? So the world is your playground. That's all I can say. There are so many things happening, and this is the right moment for engineers, and you can do whatever you want. It's just that information is power. So keep your eyes and ears wide open.
So for helping us building these 600 more stories. So thank you for joining us here in the second round of the discussion. So now I would like to request you to be seated and allow us to proceed.
Shall we ask for some questions? If anybody has some questions.
Yeah. So I'm opening this particular live for the open session or the open question and answer round for these 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shweta Tiwari from SISTec Headstart. First of all, I would like to thank all the panelists for being here and providing us this wisdom and knowledge. My question is for Sabiha Sultana ma'am, representing SENSE. What can be the contribution of engineering research when it comes to building career?
Very good question, actually. So, and very important also. In fact, when we were talking yesterday, I was telling about how important it is for any person, not exactly engineering student, even for an engineering faculty or anybody for that matter, to write something as basic as project proposals. I'm not even asking you to do a project, just write a proposal. You go on the internet, you get hundreds of project proposals where some program is asking you for to write a proposal so that they can give you some money, probably grant, some kind of what do you call, mentorship or something like that, right? Just fill up the form. Don't even do the actual research. Just sit for some time and fill up that form. You will get to know the overall, it is like running your own small company, in fact, right? Where you're sitting and thinking about what would be your budget, what would be the time allocation, right? What would be your deliverables at the end of 6 or 1 year or 2 years or whatever it is. And what would be your milestones in this? How do you gauge that you are going in the right path, right? What are the areas where you need to collaborate? You might not do everything, but you have to collaborate. All these things are very essential in an organization. At least if you are inclined towards, say, higher education and research in your, as your career path, right? Engineering is a place where there is no limit. You can pick up anything as your project. You have how many subjects? 30 to 40 subjects that you'll be studying. In every subject, you can do a mini project. Nothing stops you. Don't do something extraordinary. Try not to invent anything. Just try to replicate something that somebody else has done, but from your own thought perspective, right? This gives you a very strong base because as Dr. Javed, my partner, he always says, right? Problem solving is what everybody is looking for. And research is essentially that, right? Though in this industry you might not be calling it research, but that's what you're doing. You're given a problem, you're just looking at the problem, you're saying, how can I give a solution to this in the best way possible, in the most efficient way possible, right? That is essentially research. You pick your topic and then do work. You work in and out in that and then give the best possible solution. Okay? Even if you fail, that also is a result. No? That probably this is a way which will never work. That also is a good result. So research is always important, and the training for research completely without any risk can easily happen in your engineering days.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So much. Good afternoon. My name is Bhuvnesh Gurikar. My question to Mr. Prahlad Daragi, sir. First of all, it is very encouraging that I am talking with one of my college seniors, who is now adorable working professional. Sir, my question is, what skills you could have developed while working or while studying in college, and what that is better developed while working in the industry?
So basically, जब मैं कॉलेज में था तो I was just initiated learning JavaScript. Okay, JavaScript and PHP. But somehow after that, there was a major project based on C Sharp. I was, as I told you earlier, I was afraid of C Sharp. But similarly, I was started learning C Sharp as well. So what happened like जो ये टेक्नोलॉजीज मैंने सीखी है इससे मुझे लर्निंग काफी कुछ हुई। जब मैं कंपनी जो ज्वाइन की वहाँ पे भी बेसिकली कई सारे टेक्नोलॉजीज मैंने वहाँ सीखा। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि हम जैसे मार्केट में चल रहा है कि ऑटोमेशन सीख लो, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सीख लो, नहीं स्किल्स पहले अपने देखो हमारे अंदर क्या स्किल्स है। Maybe you are a good UI designer, maybe you are a good developer, maybe you are a good database administrator. But first you need to check your skills, that how you are, how we are good in that. Might be an answer to it. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Rishit Rajput. I'm a second year MBA student. My question is to Mr. Chan, sir. Sir, what basic accounting, taxation, and quantitative knowledge required to work with Deloitte at an entry level, and what are the overseas opportunities that are there at Deloitte for freshers who have experience of 2-3 years?
My article again. Yeah. So, I mean, it's a good question because it's more related to the domain of what Deloitte does. So, yeah. So we call ourselves like one of the biggest professional services firms in all the fields that you just mentioned. We also talk about the third area of this advisory. Right? So there is taxation, there is accounting, and there is advisory also in our service hands. So one of the things is like and I would agree to most of the speakers that have spoken before me is that you got into a bigger organization or into a smaller organization, if you have a flexibility, you generally have it. So to explore between domains first. Right? So because one of the terms that you've used is like accounting and taxation, both of these are very, very, very fast. Right? So there couldn't be a very subjective or specific answer to as to what could be done into accounting, what could be done into taxation, because there is international tax, there is domestic tax, there is we are also handling some high net worth individuals in filing, right? So I would again agree to the respected speaker who just spoke just before me, is that train down the particular niche before you even step in, right? I spoke about generally exploring everything and having a full stack approach while you start your career, but then get back to a particular specialization, what exactly do you want to do? So a good question is not what I want to do in taxation or what I want to do in accounting or in writing. Your question should be specific because you know your field, right? So if you have delved deep enough, you also know that what's your field. One. Second, you also would know that what's your niche into your field, right? Because I'm a writing professional, which is who lies between software and writing. So I can talk about writing. So when you talk about say technical writing, right? So there are three things that very majorly categorize them. There's one which is called user-facing documentation, which is for general users and general app users, right? Customers. The other phase of writing is called API documentation, which is for developers. And the third phase of writing is something which is called UX writing, which is when you write within the software or when you create content that is to be embedded within a certain software, right? So when I stepped in, I invariably get into all three, without knowing because I was working into and I absolutely agree with Sabina that for example one of the great ways to learn is to start with a smaller organization because you get a head to toe view of what you're doing. It's easier because there are smaller teams. It's easier because the work gets gradually complicated, right? It's not all the way complicated. And I also agree with the fact that have every single step at least known to yourself. I mean, I agree that you're not the part of it, okay? But then what's the essence of my delivery? Why am I doing it? First of all, question number one is why am I doing it? What's the impact of that? Right? That's a very important question because that's how you innovate. That's how you know that what's the end result of this one, and because X is the end result, and what I can make it to sort of what I can do sort of to make it a Y result or a Z result, right? Because you can do better, but you should know the entire process. So coming back to the basic question, I get a bit elevated on that one, but that was necessary. So for example, coming back to the question, I would say that work in your basics, that's very, very, very important, right? Work in your basics one, and develop a knack of talking to people just for no reason, right? You'll see that it's a senseless argument. It's not, right? Just go to any random person in the canteen, just talk about a certain topic of your interest, maybe not your interest. Just speak to that person and tap them, right? So in all your fancies of modernity, be a bit old school when you talk to people. So talking is very important for two reasons. One is the networking happens, right? You get to network between diverse people with diverse backgrounds. One. So it helps in expanding your own horizons. So you don't have to be an engineer. And just to sort of reveal the Pandora box, I'm not even an engineering graduate. I'm a commerce graduate, right? So the thing is but I'm thoroughly into a core engineering field. I work with developers and work with them very closely, right? So how did I know that? Because I had some real good avenues of exploring my areas that despite being a commerce graduate with little to no understanding of the technological nuances, I'm speaking with you. There's little to no technological nuances. I'm working with the company is literally paying me, right? So there should be some reason to that. So one thing is networking, and that's very important. Your domain knowledge, your networking, and also be a bit smart, right? So you're not entirely responsible. You have a team for a reason, right? So have work on the delegation part of it as well. You'd see it as laziness, it's not, right? Work in the delegation part. So I'm not an expert, and I couldn't be an expert for a certain phase, which is okay, which is perfect. I'm a human. But I should also have somebody in my network to say that, hey, we just spoke on can we collaborate on a certain problem. So that's very, very important, right? So that's how you elevate in your career. And the other thing is I did like the concept of one of our esteemed speakers, Mahinda, and he narrated the concept in a certain other way. And I would sort of talk on the same line. So we talk about the T style of expertise, right? So we have one area with deep knowledge, and we have other areas with sort of primitive knowledge of everything. And always understand that you're admired for your general understanding, right? You're admired for your general understanding, but you're respected for your specialization. So always make a point to specialize in the field gradually. Also, as a closing remark, because we talked about the companies and a couple of companies are already here, and we'll be facing interviews in future. So one of the things is understand that what's an interview is. An interview is an interview as if the person is talking to you and you can talk back to him as well. So if he has the question, you can ask the questions too. right? So while you are in an interview about skills you ask, about your allied areas you ask. So don't ask the question to me. Ask the question to the interviewer, right? That what the profile and the role that we are speaking of, is that even relevant to me, and what skills are required? And most of my interviews personally speaking, when I was doing it on a very rigorous pace, were very very elaborate. Because not because the person is asking me questions, because I was having equal number of questions, right? And I can ask that question as a candidate, and they're very happy to give. So I'm fortunate to collaborate and work with organizations which are of smaller scales, of bigger scales. But this one thing that's very important that also is narrated by the previous speakers is that how well your qualifications pair with particular requirement does not matter that much as to what the exact specific specialization is and what you love to do and what you're good at. So focus in that area, have that 1 or 2 or 3 areas, and then narrow down your search and then search for the things that you're searching for. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Prana. Thank you, Sabiha, and of course, Nishkash. One more, we can take one last question. Okay.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Natasha Rahman, and my question is for Mr. Nishkash Mehra sir. The question is, what kind of preparation is required to get into accounting, consulting, and taxation roles at PwC?
You said accounting, the second.
Consulting, and the third one is taxation roles at PwC.
Alright, so that's good awareness that like my colleague said from Deloitte, that we work around 3 lines of services. One is accounting, one is insurance, and the third one which we generally coined is advisory. So see, all of it has different requirements, and we all work in a very dynamic client environment. So and also like as part of the strategy, as PwC, we are actively hiring talent from tier 2 cities. We recently moved out to different parts of the country. We've gone down to Bhubaneswar, where we have opened up an office for Odisha, committed to a 10,000 hiring there. We recently opened up an office in Shimla, Dehradun, then recently in Jaipur. So that requirements are moving the way that it is working. So advisory, again, we work a lot with the government clients and a lot of international agencies. So it keeps on changing. There's no standard answer to me telling you, that this is a specific requirement. If you possess it, you would get a job, you would land up in any of the Big Four, leave a part PwC. But it keeps on changing. But yes, there are fundamental requirements, and that is something that needs to be taken care of. We have sectoral expertise. We have practices where we require specific sectoral expertise. We sometimes look at specific sectoral technologies to come in. Experience might matter sometimes, might not matter sometimes. And in generally scientists and projects, we would need people with certain amount of experiences. But then again, it's a balance between people who have experiences and we promote people coming in with fresh thoughts as freshers. So we hire a lot of freshers. Like before you, I guess the question that we asked also to emphasize on that is, like for example, I come from a rural development background, and we actively hire MBA graduates from the rural development space. They come from a practice called social sector practice, which works around agriculture, entrepreneurship, technical vocational education, primary health. So all this practice, I'm a part of that practice, and we hire from different spheres. We recently did a drive with IIT Bhopal, in hiring for one of our technology projects. Since PwC has an office based in Bhopal also, so we are again some of the Big Four who has a corporate office in Bhopal, part of our tier 2 strategy. So it depends, absolutely it depends, but there has to be some sort of sectoral understanding. Taxation, like my colleague said, there is international taxation, there is direct taxation, there is mergers and acquisitions, there is deals. So the fundamentals of it remains the same. You have to probably, we say that master of one, but jack of all trades, right? Jack of all trades, right? So consulting is about that, but still you are known for what you for all the jacks that you have under your hat, but you recognize and respect it for the masters you are. Good question. I think you guys don't have to be much worried about getting into a job as early as possible. It's completely understandable. There's third year engineering students as well as final year MBA. But do get that curiosity. What sort of a job role are you getting into? So we recently hired a few freshers in our roles, and then that acclimatization to the sort of work that they are getting into is delaying the journey that they can complete on. So we're talking about journey, or we're talking about a story. Is that the acclimatization to work atmosphere also is again one of the challenges that comes in. Because your deadlines can move 1 day or 2 days, but when you're submitting a report or a deliverable to a client, it cannot be a copy paste. You're hiring an consulting firm to give you an expiry which cannot come from Google. That's why you're hired. So that atmosphere changes, that environmental changes. When you, as a recruiter, if I talk about the skills that I'm looking at is, I'm not looking for somebody to come in and be 100% up on his toes, 100% there in his technical knowledge. The aptitude and the attitude and the hunger to learn, to understand, and to be dedicated to sort of embark that journey. Because sometimes it's also difficult. Sometimes you have to push in long hours, sometimes you have to relax days because you're working in a client servicing industry. So also a lot of it depends on how when you are working on that when your client is or maybe how demanding it is. But yes, it gets pressing. So that's sort of soft skills you're looking for. Because otherwise the courses that we taught in college is not to all the 120 and 160, but if you look at it at the end of the day, it's only 2 or 5 who would make it to that first round of selection. So this is the distinguishing factors, those soft skill personalities, those soft skill ingredients that you have. And if you don't practice it right now, you would find it difficult to get acclimatized to it at a later stage. I'm not saying it's not doable, it's something that I sitting here when I was in third year in engineering, I would have never imagined myself sitting here and first of all preaching all of this. So it's, but then whenever you start about it, but you need to get those ingredients right. That's why I think my story about dealing, I would say that really. So thank you for that question. It's a wonderful question. I wish you all the very best for your future endeavors.
Thanks to all the students for patient listening and of course asking good questions. Thanks to all the panelists. I hope our students would have definitely taken away a few points from this discussion, particularly regarding your story, how to make your own story. And I hope one particular day, as Mr. is sitting here, so anybody and everybody from you would be sitting here and mentioning about this this experience, this story that someday I was sitting in the audience and I never imagined that I would be sitting here. So every story has a title, every story has a couple of characters, every story has some moral of the story, and of course every story has a discussion. Discuss bhi hota hai story mein. So I hope you all are able to make your own stories from now onwards. Thanks everyone, all the respected panelists. I hope you all there. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much to all the dignitaries for sharing their beautiful stories.
For our next planning session, we have Mr. Shivram Kashi Vishwanathan from Google. He is presently working as a technical recruiter and is a lead in technology.
Thanks everyone for showing classes here. And I have been part of the last year's SISTec's
Can I have your attention? Due to some technical issue, we will postpone this virtual session after the third panel discussion. You know, Julie, I was just thinking last night that I have studied so hard and scored well in my 10th and 12th, but even in college I am maintaining my attendance and trying to increase my CGPA, but I see people around me achieving getting successful so faster and getting the opportunities that I am waiting for.
राइट पुनीत बट ये थॉट्स हमें तब आते हैं जब हम अकेले में बैठे होते हैं एंड वी थिंक दैट कि कोई एक्सपीरियंस बंदा हो जो हमको ये सब बातें बताए
लेकिन ऐसे लोग हमें मिलेंगे कहाँ जिनकी टेक्निकल एक्सपर्टीज भी हो और जो लाइफ स्किल्स के बारे में बता दें।
यही तो सिस्टेक की खासियत है पुनीत हमारा अगला पैनल यही सब डिस्कस करेगा
Okay, well, let us have them on the stage and tell us how to overcome the challenges that we face.
For our last panel discussion, we have Mr. Weber Kumar sir from Honeywell. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. Next, we have Mr. Sachin Ahuja sir from Renault India. Mr. Yadvendra Singh sir from Jindal Steel and Power. And Vinay Bhagat sir from Siemens.
I will request the moderators to take charge. What is the topic? The topic is hard road to success. The challenges that we face. Thank you.
Sir, by dealing with these guys, the upcoming technology people, we have raised one particular query each. So one of them often to ask about our working hours, innovation, key profiles, key technology, and number of things are there. Apart from skill sets, CEC, packages, all these are the individuals. Do you think is it the right time to talk about these, or from what particular way we need to start, or from which particular career path we need to follow in this technology world?
Yes, Prachi, I've been listening to all the panel discussions, all the plenary sessions, the questions from our students. So let's maintain silence first. Silence, and then we'll continue.
Voice is audible to last.
Okay. So this is a very interesting question, Prachi, from your side, and a very interesting observation as well. We have been listening to this quote right since the beginning that there is no shortcut to success. There is no replacement of hard work. And that's why perhaps this is an apt topic of this panel discussion, the hard road to success. Now this hard can be taken as hardware, software kind of thing, and also the tough part of your success journey. So somebody mentioned about shortcut. So there is no shortcut, or even our chairman sir this morning mentioned about training as the shortcut. But then on a lighter note, he mentioned if you really ask him that whether it is really a shortcut, perhaps he won't agree to this, because training itself is a very, very hard road towards success, and of course a difficult and a different one too. So let's welcome this panel and let's hear from them about this interesting topic, the hard road to success. Welcome, Virenji, starting with you. What's your thought process on how is this road to success when it comes to core engineering? You coming from Siemens, you have seen a lot of things in life. I have seen you for so many years. I have seen you struggling. I have seen you competing with peers, competing with the technology, learning new technology. Over to you.
Thank you, Manish, for inviting me to such a beautiful program. I will take it. What I am saying, you see, since last
होनी चाहिए. Connect with the student. Right. So whatever question you are asking me, I would like to discuss this with the student one to one. Okay. I am thinking it's slightly different because I am a unit, I am not a computer person. I am a core electrical engineer. Right? So what was the question? Art mode to success. Okay. I think answer to this question I think known to many of the students. Many of the students. So can anybody answer this? What is the can anybody answer this? Or otherwise I will pick. Otherwise I will pick any student. You see, I just wanted to have a more interactive. और दूसरा one more thing. लैंग्वेज को बैरियर कभी मत बनाना लाइफ में. इंग्लिश हो, हिंदी हो, this is a Hindi speaking area. कभी महाराष्ट्र का भी होता है तो that is a Marathi speaking area. Yes. Anybody? I just wanted to hear from you. Should I pick up? जो नीचे घूमती करेगा मैं उसे को उठाऊंगा. Right? Because हम क्या है हाथ से काम करने वाले मशीन पे काम करने वाले लोग हैं. Core of success क्या है बोलो? You having a device. Yes. क्या नाम है आपका? जगदीप पांडे. जगदीप पांडे. बोलिए.
Hard work is the key of success. Hard work is the key of success. Without hard work is nothing, sir. Because everything we learn from is hard work.
Okay, only hard work or maybe smart work?
So, if you're moving from a smart work, you have to do it hard work, sir.
Okay. So what do you mean by smart work? What is smart?
That जो आपका टाइम बचाए सर बेसिकली.
Very good. ये जो स्मार्ट होता है, स्मार्ट वर्क, स्मार्ट गोल, इसमें जो स्मार्ट है, उसका जो what is the spelling of smart? No, you please and take and this word for you. The last row. Last row. Stand up, yes. Stand up, please. Last speaker. क्या नाम है आपका?
सर ऋतिक साहब.
आ जाओ आगे. आइए. क्या नाम है आपका? I'm just checking the pulse, huh? क्या नाम है आपका?
सर ऋतिक साहू.
ऋतिक साहू जी. कौन सी ब्रांच है आपकी?
सिविल.
सिविल. स्मार्ट क्या होता है? स्मार्ट के बारे में कभी सुना है क्या? What is smart?
स्मार्ट इज लाइक जो कम टाइम में अपना वर्क स्मार्ट तरीके से क्विक कर दे, जल्दी अपने वर्क को कर सके, ज्यादा टाइम ज्यादा उसमें लगाने की बजाय जल्दी अपने वर्क को फास्ट तरीके से कर सके.
You see, smart work के लिए you should have. I will just for the benefit of all, I just explain what is the smart work. Right? The smart means it's a SMART. This is the spelling of smart, right? S means sustainable. M measurable. A achievable. R reliable. And T time bound. So when you combine all these things, then the goal which you make establish the smart goal, then you can have the smart work, and then you can achieve your maybe success, right? and what you need to learn is अभी 3 चीजें कौन सी होती है जो आपको करना है? Any 3 things? मतलब कौन सा वर्ड है जो आपको हमेशा जिंदगी में याद रखना है? Three words I just say. Learn, and learn. All the time learn. Right from the first year or right from your childhood till your death. Yeah, do not leave learning. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So what we are thinking, how do you feel, how do you assess your own journey till now, spending with children and working so hard? Do you agree, do you believe that there is no replacement for hard work when it comes to core engineering, when it comes to core learning?
Initially, when I came here, I thought I will start with the morning. Now it's afternoon, and maybe by the end of this session, it will be in the evening. So whatever, it's like this is the way life is all about. But the question is like, your question was like whether it is hard work. Yes, I have to do hard work for everything. If I talk about the start of my career. My second job was with Coca-Cola, and when I joined there, I thought I'll be in sales generating assets SGA, so I'll be leading the knowledge of refrigerators. So I was keep studying that for say around 2-3 weeks. Then when I actually came to the job, it was like the biggest problem which Coca-Cola has with the refrigerators is the rodents. चूहे काट देते हैं. और जो मेंटेनेंस का मेजर प्रॉब्लम है वो रोडेट्स का है. Then it was like the syllabus is not there. मैंने कुछ और स्टडी किया and now it's entirely different. That way life is always give you the questions which are out of syllabus. आज आप लोगों को थोड़ा सा समय जगाने की कोशिश की है, मैं भी कोशिश करूंगा. आप उस लैंग्वेज में उस तरीके से अपनी चीजों को समझें या अपने तरीके से अपने आपको सिखाएं जो आपको आगे याद रहे. आज हम कोई एक चीज सीखते हैं वो आज के लिए है ऐसा नहीं है. 4 साल का इंजीनियरिंग का नॉलेज शायद पूरे जीवन के लिए रहने वाला है, लेकिन वो कब रहेगा जब हम उसको अपने तरीके से याद रखने के तरीके रखें. अगर नहीं किया तो कुछ याद नहीं रहेगा. हम आज जो कुछ करके जा रहे हैं, अगर हमने उसमें से कुछ सीख के उसके पिन पॉइंट्स बुलेट पॉइंट्स बनाए तो याद रहेगा या कुछ लर्निंग होगी. अदरवाइज इट्स ऑल null and void. This is what your question was. So that way in Coca-Cola I have been working in Jindal Steel. I have been working for last 15 years. I was in the fabrication plant initially. Sir was with me, he was my neighbor. Then I was been to marketing. Then I've changed the locations many places. Keep on learning from last 5 years. I am mentor to new joinees who are learning the products and the insights of the products. So it's all the process which where I'm learning from the new pets and I'm teaching them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So coming to you, Sachin, how do you define the hard road to success? Or let me ask you the other way. So is it possible to have gadi bangla, air-conditioned office, staff, subordinate staff of 50-20 people, right since beginning, or you have to when it comes to core engineering jobs? So is it really a practical thing, or you have to wait for a little while before you get all this?
So am I audible? Yes. Okay. First of all, you have put the question in the context of core engineering. But I will take it in the more, the profession or the business context where I have been practicing. Because even though I graduated as a mechanical engineer, I never worked day one into engineering. Almost in the engineering company, but I was into supply chain from day one. So for me, I don't know, a lot of people, maybe management guys would have heard about this because when we were studying engineering, I never heard this word supply chain. Only I studied was industrial engineering, little bit about it. Okay. So supply chain is something what we call source to source. You need anything, you demand. Like somebody is sitting here, he wants something. By the time it reaches there, what it involves in between the supply chain. Over the years, what I learned so fascinating over this field is it interacts with a lot of people. It will interact with marketing, quality, production, research, and so many things. So that's where the jack of all trades guy trade comes into picture. Or maybe the key concept, he has to understand a little bit of production, engineering, quality. When somebody will say problems, challenges, I can understand. When I go to a supplier for some concerns, he talks about something of cost, at least I can make sense. He cannot pull me around. But my team would be the core function of supply chain. This is kind of techno-commercial role. So I will bring this question in this context and take the hard roads to success. Is there a shortcut? My view, yes. There is a shortcut to success, and a lot of people take it. Depends what is success for you. Right? You cheat in exam, you pass, you score 100 marks, whatever. Success. You had an influence, your father, your neighbor, some politician, here and there, you get it. Success. But the key is what Sir said the first word of S is sustainability. Is that success going to be sustainable? Did Anil Ambani get the hard work that Mukesh would have done? Maybe, maybe not. I never watched them. But where is Mr. Mukesh, where is Mr. Anil? Maybe the difference comes there. So, yes, there is smart work, there is shortcut, there is fast success, there is sustainable success. It all depends where you want to be and how you visualize your current and your future. Having said that, what is always important is to be in control what is going to happen in future. And the people who are able to visualize it in right time, I think they work on the steps for that success. And in that context, that success is sustainable. Short term, as I said, you can get something short term, but it will not be sustainable. And you ask me, like Bangla, Gade and all that from day one, that can happen from somebody with a silver spoon. People like us, I was from your background, we have to work hard. And working hard, it's a sine wave. Work hard, smart work, work hard, smart work. And the people who are able to make a good judgment of this are the people who are able to, rise above the rest. Every organization has got a lot of people. You all will start as management trainees or GETs at one level in the same organization. 10 years down the line, few would have been at the junior level, few would have been at the senior level, but a handful of you will rise to the top. It all depends how you deliberate, how you keep a balance of smart work and hard work. Smart work sometimes will be giving the time and just achieving the result. Fair enough. This is something called, fail fast, learn fast. Sometimes smart work is, cutting it down and going back to the hard work, doing a lot of research, be resilient, take a lot of time in developing something. And then when you come in the market, you kill everyone. The Tesla guy started just 20 years back, where you have Volkswagen and Skoda and Volkswagen and Renault and Nissans, everybody there. And these people are following one universe today. So it's a mixed bag, and then you will have panelists like us. Somebody will talking about me, how my approach is. Somebody will talk about their approaches. But what you guys have to figure it out today, and this is important. What I realize, it is also true that you will figure out something in life, but it is important to figure out today what you need to do in next 2, 3, 4 years. And then you will do a retrospective planning, taking hard works or smart works for that. If you are not doing it, just taking the due course as time gives it to you, then you are at the mercy of luck. That's your opportunity. Are we? Fine. क्योंकि हमने hard work नहीं किया था, we didn't follow the steps to achieve that. Then you are at mercy of luck. वो 1000 लोगों को नहीं मिलेगा. So that's all what I would like to convey in context of the question.
One quick question from the audiences, from their behalf. So you mentioned about supply chain, you mentioned about the engineering course where you studied industrial engineering and things like work management or time management and all. So quick advice from your side, what students should do now so that they can right from now learn about concepts like supply chain in parallel to learning industrial engineering.
Okay, I will speak of supply chain in the context of manufacturing automotive. This is where I come from. Of course, your engineering will come into picture. Let's say an automotive supply chain is all about ensuring that you get all the parts which goes into the car. You will need to be very good in your engineering concepts. And because when you will work on this in the supply chain, you will work with suppliers, you will work to do the purchasing activity, procurement, setting the contracts. Supplier will say X, Y, Z. You should understand it as X, Y, Z, not alpha, beta, gamma. So this is very important. It has to be good. So this is where you will get the head start. Then eventually I will also touch upon what is I see is developing in the future. This is becoming, and what everybody was saying, a larger interdisciplinary subject, and technology is entering here. We are talking about chatbots doing negotiations on behalf of buyers and purchasers in the entry-level job, and we are talking about analytics, data science coming deeply into our work. And this is something, to be honest, I'm learning today. 15 years down the line, I'm learning analytics and going back and brushing up my skills of probability and statistics, how this could be applied to supply chain problems. To give a classic example, this is something we did very recently, very basic, it's not rocket science, but we don't do this. So when you go to supply chain, a car takes thousands of parts coming from hundreds of suppliers from different locations. And how do you manage all this? You will have all these softwares, but half of the organization goes down to Excel. So this is where it takes a lot of time when you put so much effort in what conditions. It's so dynamic outside, scenario keeps on changing. This is where analytics comes into the picture. You develop the models. Somebody was talking about, even sir, from Mahendra was talking about MathWorks. That is about modeling into engineering space. I need to test some engineering change I'm going to do, how it will behave on thermal efficiency. उसके लिए मैं 100 गाड़ियां बना के बर्बाद नहीं करूँगा. I will do MathWorks modeling. Same comes into our sphere. How would I test it? It's a commercial experiment. I cannot do hundreds of commercial experiments, spending money on it. I need to develop models on it. And then tens of conditions integrated, and I get a solution. And the best one. So this is where analytics and decision sciences are coming in. The empirical term is decision science, and your term is analytics. This is the ability to deal with large amount of data, analyze it, bring some insights which are used to make right business decisions. This is what decision science. And I would say the supply chain management is becoming a very, headstart field these days. A lot of people didn't know about it. People like the backstage, but even the scenarios after pandemic and people realizing the challenges coming out of this profession, it is high in demand. And good about this profession is, if you become a supply chain expert, it applies everywhere. You produce a needle or a Boeing, your car, or anything and everything, FMCG, e-commerce, is everywhere. You need to be good in technical aspects of this and a little domain knowledge of the industry, e-commerce or manufacturing something. Then you are good to go. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm just wondering where is my hard way to lunch, hard road to lunch, because I think this has stretched too much. Okay. So guys, I think success, I'm not a career trainer or entrepreneur. I am a person like you. I graduated from a very normal engineering college, went ahead and pursued my MBA, and that too on my father's money, after pursuing my engineering. Never realizing what I want to do in life. Okay, so let me quickly ask all of you, what is success to you, So how many of you want to become famous? Just raise your hands. Those who don't are sleeping probably, or they're too hungry. Okay, so, and how many of you want to become rich? Oh, everyone. So what do you think the honorable minister who, zapped everyone with his wonderful words, was he famous? Is he famous? The other question I will not ask. Is he rich? Okay, so guys, the fundamental is that, I understand the phase you are into, and too many experts talk about so many things, give you so many insights. But literally speaking, when I was of your age, and I was totally blunt, to be very honest. I was also, able to attend some seminars, but I was not getting, what to do in the past. Few things which I want you to remember always as you pursue a career of goal. The first problem that we face today is that you guys, because you have been exposed to so many things, around you, you are really distracted. So the first fundamental of your success would be to focus and to remove all distractions from your life. Like somebody was talking about using a mobile phone in a classroom scenario. I mean, I don't know, distractions can be immense. So what I feel in today's world and today's generation suffering from is a number of distractions that you face. So that doesn't bring focus, or you keep on changing your focus areas. To keep it brief, first of all, you have to define what is your goal in life. I mean, life is very long, so I would say take baby steps. Define like how I did it. My criteria was simple. When I did my MBA, my post graduation, my first job was with Governors and Boys, and I took baby steps to get out. I said to myself, I was recruited at a salary of 50,000. I'll be very upfront to everyone. And my goal for the initial 3 years was, how am I going to double my salary every year for the next 3 years? Then the goal changed beyond that. How am I going to get an opportunity in an organization to lead a team of at least 4 people? Okay, again it changed. When I reached that level, I said, okay, now again go back 2 steps. How am I going to enter an organization and simply be at 3 times the salary? So I kept changing my goals, but with every goal came, greater hard work, greater focus. And when you are a group of people working in an organization, it's very hard for you to figure out, and I believe that it is now also that it is very, after you have heard everyone and the session is about to end, and I literally believe that 20%, not even 20%, you will carry forward if you were not focusing on this forum, right? So I think taking baby steps is the best way. Define your goal, but have a zeal for achieving it. Until unless you define a goal and have a zeal, I am not sure how many of you will be able to do. One fundamental is do not take pressure. With distractions come pressure also. So do not take pressure. I know that people will turn down you, saying that, okay, this is we have all seen in the movie 3 Idiots, life is a race. It is a race, correct. But then, it is a race for people who are not focused and who simply ignore their skill sets and try to run, with wherever the crowd is going. Think big, think big in life. Don't restrict your ideas. Whether you are in college or you go beyond work in an organization, excel in whatever you are doing. So, you have heard the word limelight, being the limelight. When you are the limelight, people have faith in you, people have confidence in you, my friends here said. Have integrity, patience, which is, again, the key fundamental. And believe you me, the word hard will not be hard with that. If you define your roles correctly, passionately pursue it in life, right? Be passionate and do things whenever they are required. Do not, it's like simple that, my kid studies in class 3 and sometimes he picks up a class 5 book and wants to read it. It's not required actually, right? So do whatever is required at that hour, at that moment. Take baby steps. Do not take pressure, remove distractions. I think then, the road, the hard road to success will automatically become the easiest road, and you will all, I'm sure, grow in life. You are all talented, you are all, if I compare the IQ level where we came from and where we see my young friends here, it's a dynamic world that you are sitting in. We do not have those many opportunities. So you are lucky, but then at the same time, I feel that you have much more potential to do things your way. So, all the best to SISTec, and thanks for giving us this wonderful audience, this wonderful opportunity to call us here and, allowed us to share our thoughts with you guys. All the best, and maybe see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we are opening the session for Q&A now. Yes, please. Make a quick call.
Good afternoon, everyone.
My name is Divar Tiwari and I am from Sri Lanka. So my question is for Vaibhav sir. Hello. Good afternoon everyone. My name is Divar Tiwari and I am from Sri Lanka. So my question is for Vaibhav sir. Sir, at the initial stage of an IT fresher, they get a very handsome salary. But being from a core branch, we obviously get heard that we don't get that high package. But sir, how can I get a high package? And is it even possible for us to get high package at early days?
Well, that's a tricky one. I'm go with on a very curious question. I don't. You made this question yourself, or it was passed on you? I don't know. Okay, so first of all, please understand that India is all about brand. You know, so we say IITs, IIMs. What do you think? I mean, in my knowledge, I'm not an IIT nor an IIM guy, and I also used to think on the same lines. How am I, going to get a larger package? The problem here has been that if you are not a brand, and I think SISTec, the way you're going, you will become a brand, and you are a brand. But the fundamental thing is always that you need to always keep looking out for opportunities beyond what you are having currently. The fundamental truth is that if you are skillful, anybody can hire you at any package. In today's dynamic world, it is not restricted to your कैंपस होगा तो मेरी कंपनी आएगी तो वो कंपनी एवरेज पैकेज क्या देगी ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं there are companies hiring like TCS classic example the biggest hirer of all times what do you think that TCS क्या वो 30-35 के लोग ही उठाता है no they hire at various levels based on the skill sets so it's all about your curiosity to grow in life it's all about how you look out how you are curious how you interact how you network and the best part with you guys is social networking. Google, internet is far, far more beyond what was there 10 years, 12 years back. So, good question, but you have to implement it the right way, which is keep looking for opportunities. And whenever you get them, grab them. But do not be impatient. That's the key fundamental, right? So package is just a number, right? Someday or the other you will achieve it. How soon depends on you, how, well networked or well curious you are. So that's the point.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is from Milind, sir. My question is, what are the new and latest at Siemens and how can we learn that as a student?
Please repeat your question. Please close your diary. Please close your diary. Here now repeat your question.
What are the latest and new technologies at Siemens and how can we learn that as a student?
Okay, well. तुमने सीमेंस का साइट देखा है क्या?
Yes, sir.
देखा है?
Yes, sir.
क्या देखा उसमें?
Siemens is working on an IoT project. That's the accelerator.
What is your branch?
Computer science and engineering.
Computer science and engineering. Okay. I am from hardcore electrical, right? But okay, I can answer your question. Yeah. तो क्या देखा है इसमें?
I have seen a project based on IoT that's working on accelerator.
Very good, very good. Yeah. तो किसको सुना उस पर तुमने? Accelerator का have you heard about the accelerator, right? That is a new platform, new IoT-based platform. This is a new cloud-based technology which Siemens is using, inducting into the industry, into the world, so that anybody can go there, you can have their solution. We have a lot of solutions we have put there over there, and then it will be rolled out. Even you see the worldwide. In Germany already it is rolled out. In India also it is going to rolled out, right? So this is the latest technology which Siemens is launching, the Siemens accelerator. Yeah, you are right. You are having the answer already. Why you ask the question?
I want to know that how can we work as a student or learn it as a student?
Oh, for that, you see, it is the IT-based question now. What kind of, your skills are required and all. That I think maybe some programming languages and maybe your critical thinking and all these things. All right. But before that, आपको एम्प्लॉयमेंट लेने के लिए what do you think कि आपको क्या होना चाहिए? Along with your technical skills, what kind of skill do you think you should have?
Sir, I think I must know the current tools we are working on.
Okay, I'm talking about what is the technical skill which you already have. Yeah, you have in the college. Yeah, they were taught in detail. But what about your employability skill? Have you heard about the employability skills?
Yes, sir.
What are the employability skills?
I think that's communication and logical thinking and marketing.
You see, any industry, every industry has a lot of problems. Day in, day out, they face the problems. So in my opinion, the first skill which you need to develop to get the job, we are here to direct you or to guide you, how to get a good job, maybe in good MNC and maybe in good company. So that is a problem solving skill. Yeah. So how you are looking into the problem, how you are going to solve it. अच्छा जो फाइनल ईयर में अपन प्रोजेक्ट्स वगैरह करते हैं, आपने क्या प्रोजेक्ट किया फाइनल ईयर में?
सर अभी मैं फाइनल ईयर में नहीं हूँ, अभी मैं
थर्ड ईयर में। अभी कोई प्रोजेक्ट किया थर्ड ईयर में?
Yes sir, I am working on a project.
Which project?
I am actually working on a machine learning project that basically predicts whether you are a heart patient. You are out of.
मेरा पॉइंट यहाँ पे कहने का इतना ही है कि जो भी हो, whether it is a computer science or whether it is electrical, mechanical, civil, try to pick a project which are live projects in the industry. Right? In which the industries are facing problems. That project you pick. And when you pick that project and when you speak about that project in your interview, it will give a really different impact altogether in front of the interviewer. So this is the problem solving. And anything? That's it.
Thank you.
One point here. What is adaptability? It is also one of the soft skills which everybody uses. Some of the soft skills, I will just name it, maybe the adaptability, accountability, right? The problem solving is one. Then the time management. Right? These are the right. Now the important is again adaptability. What is adaptability?
So it's adapting to your environment. So the your environment is, you should change according to that also.
You to change. How many of you willing to change? 2%, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 15. Only. You see, the change is the only constant in the world. What is the constant? The change. The world is changing rapidly. Those who are willing to change, they will win the race. And those who are stuck up, they don't want to change, they cannot succeed. They cannot. Okay? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
First of all, a very good afternoon to our presenter. My question is for Mr. Sachin Ahuja, sir. Sir, how to identify where to work hard and where to work smart, as both are correct up to an extent?
It's difficult to answer. Everybody knew it or somebody knew it, and there was no problem in the world. See, this will come from experience of failures and success. Last time I worked X-way, I succeeded. Okay, I'll follow the same approach. Maybe it was a hard work or a smart work. Next time, I get work out, need to change that, right? And there is one more approach. This is something we call benchmarking in the industry. And this session, if I call in that context, is kind of benchmarking. We are trying to benchmark, maybe listen from us what worked and what did not. So I would say whenever you are facing an action to do, when you are facing a task problem, something, and you are wondering what should I do, hard work or smart work? Smart work, should I cut some corners, or really smart work where I put into some intelligence into practice, right? In this case, smart work versus hard work. I was talking about a lot of database, I have to manage this, that, Excel, paper, because somebody is sitting and doing a laborer's work, hard work. He is putting that hard work into practice. Some other guy spends 2 hours researching a mathematical model, learns it, puts it into practice, delivers the result. It's a very good smart work. And you can't say this guy didn't put hard efforts. He put in hard efforts to come out of the comfort zone, learn something, and then apply. Right? So this is what I would say. Whenever you put this question to yourself, I have to do this. What should be my approach? Hard work or smart work? First, make it very clear to yourself. What in this context is hard work and smart work? And then pursue the direction. As I said, there will be never a rigid answer for this. It will always change with the situation, condition, assignment, and it will always change with the person. But this is eventually you will figure it out, in the long run. But eventually, that's why a lot of people had figured it out, and that's why they say there is no shortcut. Because shortcut is unsustainable result. Few things which I kind of realized if I was told or I was guided this way, I would have done it better years before or when I was at your age. So this is what is it. Do not cut shortcuts. Spend some time analyzing the problem or research or whatever you have, and let it take some time. But do ensure when you come out with a result, it's still a result. It's not mediocre result. Then it is something worthwhile. So I think if it kind of answers your question, but as I said, this is a difficult choice to make. I can put into a kind of a perspective the life what I have seen. I hope it helps. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. And we're summing up the session by saying that this is just a phrase, the hard road to success. It is hard because you are making it hard. Once you will adapt this, you will take this as a challenge and you can accept all your throws, then it will be easy for each one of us. So, concluding the entire panel discussion by stating that this was a lovely discussion throughout the panels we just had. A lot many learnings, a lot many insights in the experience these guys have shared with you will take you to another level. So over to you, Manisha, for the briefing. Steve.
Thank you. Thanks to all panelists, not only from this panel but also from the other panels. You have done a great job. You have made us aware. You have made our students aware. You have given us food for thought. And I hope this is not going to be the only interaction with all of you. This is just an icebreaker. You want to say something? Please.
सर my name is फरहान खान और मैं मैकेनिकल ब्रांच हूँ DNCD से। जैसा मैकेनिकल ब्रांच में बहुत सारे फील्ड होते हैं, जैसे डिजाइनिंग हो गया जो R&D में आता है, उसके बाद होता है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, उसके बाद होता है मेंटेनेंस। तो एज अ मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर मुझे कंफ्यूजन है कि किस फील्ड में जाऊँ। जैसे मैंने ऑटोकैड कंप्लीट कर लिया, क्या मैं सीख रहा था, मैंने कंप्लीट किया, फिर भी आई हैव कंफ्यूजन टू वर्क इन अ डिजाइन फील्ड और इन अ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फील्ड, और आई हैव अ little bit confusing manufacturing and production. So can anyone help me out? Like I want to learn NX, is a Siemens software which is a CAD and CAM both. It's automatically generate CAM coding while we design. So sir, can
yes. Thank you यार ये बात करने के लिए अपनी राष्ट्रभाषा में।
क्वेश्चन पूछने का। तो मैं कंफ्यूजन है कि तो प्रोडक्शन में जाओ, मेंटेनेंस में जाओ या कोई डिपार्टमेंट में जाओ, या तो सबसे पहले तो ये है कि यार ये जो होता है ना, ये फील्ड सिलेक्शन या चॉइस ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट, ये आपके हाथ में होता नहीं है। जब आप रिक्रूट होते हो, सबसे पहले तो फर्स्ट स्टेप यही है कि रिक्रूट कैसे हो। तो रिक्रूट के मैं आपके सहपाठी से जो बात कर रहा था कि कैसे रिक्रूट होना है, या तो देयर आर स्किल, आई वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट द टेक्निकल स्किल एंड द एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी स्किल। तो टेक्निकल स्किल सबसे एक सेंटेंस में मैं बोलता हूँ। तो टेक्निकल स्किल्स क्या होता है, दे आर दोज स्किल व्हिच क्वालिफाई यू फॉर इट। मतलब उसके बेस पे जो भी तुम्हारा मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग है, दैट टेक्निकल स्किल यू हैव, उसमें यू आर क्वालिफाइड टू राइट एग्जामिनेशन। After clearing examination of any industry, then you have to appear for the interview, right? Interview में होना पड़ेगा। उसको क्लियर करने के लिए क्या है, तो now comes with the employability skill or soft skill. The soft skill are the those skill which get you that job, right? Technical में तुम qualify हो गए, पर जब तक तुम्हारा soft skill अच्छा नहीं होगा तब तक तुम्हें जॉब नहीं मिलेगा। तो ये पे जॉब के अंदर आता है, राइट? ओके, बाय अनाउंसिंग योर सॉफ्ट स्किल। नाउ अभी कौन सा तुमको डिपार्टमेंट लेना है, ये पहला तो ये इंडस्ट्री में रियल फैक्ट है कि आपके हाथ में होता नहीं है। जिस इंडस्ट्री में आपका परफॉर्मेंस देखेंगे, आपका पल्स चेक होगा, चेक करेंगे कि यू आर मींस स्ट्रांग इन दिस फील्ड, दे विल चेक इट and then they will put according to their your competence, right? Number one. Number two, यदि आपको कुछ चाहिए कि what your heart से, तुम्हारा दिल क्या बोलता है कि तुम्हें क्या करना चाहिए?
As a designing engineer.
डिजाइनिंग इंजीनियर। तो डिजाइनिंग इंजीनियर में करने के लिए तो तुमने क्या स्टेप किए?
Sir, I learned AutoCAD and I had a project on Lewis Foundation bolt that I completed, and I learned AutoCAD and I am about to learn NX. That is your software. It is also CAD and CAD software.
बराबर है। तो you are on the right path. तो तुम्हें यदि डिजाइनिंग में अपना करियर बनाना है तो जो भी न्यू अभी सॉफ्टवेयर है, whether it is CATIA or whether it is AutoCAD or whether it is LCS and all, right? तो उसमें ही आपको पूरा स्ट्रॉन्ग बनाना है अपने आप को, and then I think you will get job in designing field. But always listen of your heart, right? Whatever जो आपका दिल बोले वही करना।
Sir, but I was unable to find internship or a job that looking like a design engineer needs. Like ever I searched a design engineer.
I will tell you, right? You see, what I say to you, first of all, get into the industry. किधर भी जानो, गेट के अंदर तो आओ बेटर है। उसके बाद फिर क्या होगा आपको, फिर then you can decide. Then you can work for 1 year or 2 years, no problem. But work with passion. पूरी लगन के साथ काम करना, जो भी काम मिले। Then your key competence. तुम जब वहाँ काम करोगे तो तुमको जो भी काम देंगे, whether it is marketing or manufacturing or maintenance, any, उसमें तुम्हारा वो जो की कॉम्पिटेंस है वो ऊपर आएगा ही आएगा, it will surface out. Then you can ask any industry, you can ask for the job rotation, job change होता है industry. मैंने variety of department में काम किया हुआ, design and development, R&D, special projects. Now I am heading the quality, corporate quality. तो सब लिखे हुआ था। इसमें इंडस्ट्री में ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता। A person from a technical even they can switch to the marketing. Marketing वाला उसके R&D में चले जाता है। R&D वाला उसके any department they can switch. So first of all, just get into good company. That should be your first target.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So thanks again all the honorable panelists from this panel and other panels. Thank you very much.
Proceeding ahead for this particular event, I would like to request all the panelists be on stage for a group photograph with all our students.